Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday. Welcome to everyone in the chat over on YouTube and on Twitch, simulcasting from the VMC abode, Chateau VMC as I call it. And I appreciate everyone here so far who I'm seeing there in the chat. How are you all doing? Did you have a good day? Have you had a good day? Will you have a good day? I did a lot of cooking earlier today, and that was nice. Maybe I should put it on the stream. And just checking that all my things are correct. Yeah, YouTube seems fine. Twitch seems adequate, but when is it ever good? Did you all hear about how Twitch is being a real jerk to streamers? People's videos are getting deleted, like people that had videos on Twitch for like 10 years, they're getting deleted because of Twitch's wishy-washiness towards copyrights. Instead of protecting the people that use their platform, they now are just shutting everyone's videos down that are copyright issues with. So that's why Twitch is a thing, but don't care too much about it. Although thank you everyone that's on Twitch coming to hang out. I care about you. Alright, so everything looks good here. Let's get over there. Yeah, it's that DMCA junk. Definitely, that's what I'm talking about. That Twitch is... Well, you know, it's the DMCA, yes, but it's Twitch. From what I read of the commentary, they didn't give, like, creators enough time. Plus, they don't tell you on which portion of your video the copyrighted song is at. YouTube does that. YouTube will tell me exactly between 10 seconds and 52 seconds you have this song. What would you like to do about it? And I can mute the song, mute the video, cut the video. Twitch doesn't do any of that. And even though they're owned by Amazon with like $10 trillion, so yes, Twitch is to blame, not the DMCA. It's been a productive day. You've been working on Celtic walking stick for Alicia's dad. Very cool. Hope to see that at some point. See all that amazing woodwork coming to life. All right, let's check what's the deal of the day on the store. Sometimes they have some fun things. Oftentimes they don't. Well, they have a Soul Ring sleeve on sale. 50% off. So it was really 6,000 gems? If someone really wants to show off their Soul Ring, which you can't even play in Arena, but it's there. I remember this was one of the first sleeves that I thought, well, you cannot play... First, let me change this track. It's pretty repetitive and dumb. First I thought, this is the first sleeve that I see that... you cannot use the card in Arena, but here you can buy it, and now it's for sale. It's going to take a while. You've been at it for 3 months. Did you chop down the tree yourself and put it in the lathe and everything, or is it all hand carved? All right, so nothing good in the... I don't like anything on the store at the moment. There's other lands, but I already spent on some new lands, so I don't want to spend more. Although some of these look pretty cool. They seem to be maybe some of these, like, I don't know what they're, the Euro lands or something, or, you know, some of these cool ones. This looks like, you know, something from China, something like that. That looks like some cool international things. But I already got lands recently, and I'd rather use the gems and or gold for other things. Still waiting for those Bob Ross lands, however. Alright, so I'm gonna play a little bit to get the creative juices flowing. I've also got an event that I want to do. Maybe we'll do the draft, but I definitely want to do the Brawl event that's going on, so we'll play with that in a bit. Also, what we will probably do is, if we switch over... Well, we'll switch over here eventually. We'll probably also do some drawing challenge stuff. I have not done my drawing of the day. Maybe we'll do some drawing. And as I said earlier, if you saw me on Twitter or Discord or Patreon, I do have a booster pack of Commander Legends, which debuts today, that I am going to open up and see what cool cards that I get for some Commander decks once I'm able to play Commander in person again. So Stevie, watch out for these, because these are going to be on my deck if they're good. It's not that you're not that keen. You bought the wood from the shop and have been using chisels to cut out the bits. That's definitely a lot of very hands-on nature to it, which I appreciate. I think that's cool to be able to do things at that level. So I can't wait to see that when you've got some pictures and stuff. So yep, we've got the we've got a Commander Legends to open up. We've got some drawing. Hey, maybe maybe the Commander Legends that I open up will be the starting point for the drawing that we can do. So we'll see how that goes. And I've changed up my other camera setting over here. We'll see how it goes. Switching over to this cam right here. It is going to be, the perspective is going to be a little too much keystoned, but that's a technical term. But obviously I want it nice and flat parallel lines, but this will be close enough until I get something better. I did have something better, but it's kind of bulky to set up, so we'll see about that later. So here's where we'll draw some stuff right there. And oh wow, it's so underexposed, probably because of the white paper. That definitely messes with the camera. Yeah, look how weird that gets. Where are those weird lines coming from? I guess it's from the type of light bulb that I have. Its frequency picks up really weird in the camera. And is it just me, or are those lines moving? Is it the music? But I think those lines are moving, right? Does anyone else see that? Are we seeing into the 7th dimension or something here? Anyway, we will work with that stuff in a little bit. Back to the game. I'm going to play a little bit of the dailies. So cast 30 blue or red spells. Blue or red spells. Blue or red. I'm going to play this mono blue deck that I haven't played in a while. Remember, this was the deck that I used to use a while ago to climb in the ranks. You can still play it in Historic. So I'm going to give it a shot. I haven't quite played it that much, so we'll see if I can slip back into it, just like you never, what's the saying about riding a bike, you never forget it, and so forth. Alright, so yeah, this is the one about a bunch of blue stuff happening. Blink of an eye, they go first. Curious Obsession. We'll see how it goes. I forgot to check, I clicked it too fast. Am I doing best of 1 or best of 3? Didn't quite realize what I did. Okay, so they're playing Rakdos Sacrifice, probably. How can you tell with 1 card? Well, it's not fully that I can tell, but I play enough and listen to other podcasts about Magic enough that when you're trying to climb the ladder, definitely a lot of things keep coming back. Alright, so let's drop a Curious Obsession on this little merfolk buddy. Get a free card, hold stuff back. I can Blink of an Eye, a non-land permanent. I could toss back their Maze Mind again. Will that be too mean? Yeah, let's toss back that Maze. Well, nah. I guess I'll toss it back once it's about to transform. You'll flag the drawing. Your arms and hands are sore from working. Sure. That's a lot of... I'm sure it's a lot of work with the getting the wood carved up just right. Okay, probably don't really have too much meaningful, so nah. I want to toss back that tome, but they'll probably come towards something good, especially with 5 mana. So let's see what we get. You tried to watch your podcast with Hannah, but all the ads and kids running around kind of lost interest. No worries. Do you mean ads in my video itself, or do you mean ads just in real life and stuff? Alright, well, the opponent is definitely going for something, but I keep hitting them for 5 damage, so I don't know what else they're trying to do here. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah, apparently on the longer videos, YouTube puts a bunch of ads in that to try to help with things. Oh, there we go. There's that nickel bolus. Well, yeah. So on longer videos, YouTube does put in some ads to help with revenue and such. But I apologize if that can be a little off-putting. So what else do we want to do here? So I countered their biggest threat. And my turn. Oh, another curious, sure. So you could listen to the podcast, which has no ads. So that one might even be better because the audio-only version, which you can get from any fine podcasting app such as Pandora, Spotify, Google Play, Apple Podcasts, Deezer, Stitcher. It's everywhere. It's in every single podcast app. That one has no ads. So most likely you want that better. I put the video one out there because some people love to watch a podcast, but to me a podcast is audio. And I have a video version of it, and I used to do a version that was very meticulously produced, but I didn't think it was worth the effort. I didn't get enough views on it that it justified it. I was putting on screen which card we were talking about and putting fun meme stuff. It was just a lot of work, and these podcasts are often about an hour or so it's just way too much work. Then I did a version that it was like, well, maybe 15 minutes. Cut down the podcast to 15 minutes, do the video version with cool visuals. It still felt like a lot of work, perhaps. Maybe I'll come back to that version at some point. But then there's the audio version, and then which is completely ad-free, and that one might be the good one, where you just put it in your earphones and do the laundry and stuff, or woodwork, and then listen to me and a guest talk about Magic. The shorts ones, oh, thanks on that. I'm enjoying those too. I am getting a lot of views. On them. And also followers, which is valuable. So the funny thing behind the scenes with those is that the those shorts are relative. The shorts feature of YouTube is relatively recent. I started to read about it about a month ago now. I saw my first short was on October 28th, I believe, so that's about to be a month. And before that, I forgot how I kind of stumbled into it, but when you have a YouTube channel, they have their sort of like YouTube creator weekly video thing, and each week there the YouTube people talk to you and say, here's some tips on how to do YouTube. And for some reason, I guess I saw that about shorts. It's mostly being tested mostly in other countries at the moment. I believe in India is one of the markets they're trying to try that out the most at the moment. Uh-oh, this is about to be a thought erasure, which is fine. But they said if you want to try it in the US, where we're kind of in beta with it, make the video less than 1 minute long, make it vertical, because they're trying to capitalize on this fancy on our devices that are all vertical. So less than a minute, vertical, and hashtag it in the title, hashtag shorts, and you'll be a part of it. So I've been trying that out, and it works very well, and I just have been thinking of ways, how do I use these shorts? Because they seem to take about 2 days before they really take off. I release them, and then like 2 days later, then they start to get traffic, which I guess is fine. So I just have to think about, okay, if I have something that I want to promote, I've got to think about publishing this short at least 2 days early, and then the virality of it will hit, so that then I can take advantage of that. Alright, so this opponent, I believe that it's Grixis is the term when you've got, ooh, crocodile. Okay, fine. Everything gets wrecked, I guess, if you want to go for the nuclear option. As for myself, I just have to hold back. One of these, I guess. That definitely gets out of hand. I think I should have possibly waited for something good. I could have blinked it instead. Now what I could do here, if they do summon their Planeswalker, I could Tails end its ability, or I could Croxa, well, just wreck Croxa without having to worry about it. I am a bit shields down on a permanent. I can bounce back my own Jin and then get a card off of it, I guess. Another Croxa. Guess that's fine. I don't know if I quite need to blink that, but because they cannot recast it. Well, they could recast it, but that'll use up all their mana, I guess. And then a Tyrant Scorn, which just bounces it back. Fine, because then I'll just be able to dive it down. I think they're so used to that Tyrant Scorn killing a thing, but reading the card explains the card. It's not going to. Oh man. All right. So what can they do here? You draw a card. Each opponent exiles a card. Or a permanent. Oh, I guess that's fine. Destroy. Let's see if they try to do destroy target creature. Let's see if they get greedy. Yeah, they're gonna get greedy. Destroy target creature, that becomes untargetable. And then I'll keep something in my hand there, just to make them think I've got something amazing. And we're getting a share over here on the Discord. Ooh, that's gonna look cool. That's gonna look pretty cool in a moment when I share it. Can they recast it? They can parse, sure. So now they've got 2 Croxas to bring back from the graveyard. Uh-oh. That is not good. Okay, so what I need to do is counterspell that. What are they going to go for? They're going to go for the Thoughtseize. Ah, man. Well, they're going to get both of my things. They have plenty of mana to do both. That was the most luckiest top deck ever. That was the most luckiest top deck ever of my opponent. They got the Thoughtseize to grab the thing, and then so they had the way to kill my Jin, and then they had the They had the way to kill my Jhin, and then they top deck a Thoughtseize to remove the spell that would have protected my Jhin. So then they had a Planeswalker out, they were going to bring the Croxa out. It was insurmountable, but thanks for sharing that. Those canes, I'll put them on the screen in this stream in just a moment. Looks like it's coming together very well, very intricate. Yeah, the Celtic pattern, I'm not sure of the proper terms, maybe help me out. It looks like chainmail to me, but I'm sure there's a proper term for it. And I guess as the opponent spends 10 years figuring out their game plan, we can look at them for a moment. So over here is the top part, which I'm sure that has a proper name. Oh, got some anchors right there. Have the names, I guess these are the names of your children. That's really cool. And then the intricate pattern right there. No wonder, this is a lot of work. No wonder it's 3 months. So let's see over here. We'll see more of that in just a bit. This is obviously the hand that it's giving me because it's telling me you're about to get turn 1 Thoughtseized. So this is a very low to the ground deck, so keeping 1 land, in theory, shouldn't be so horrible. But that is to defend against a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Or not. Okay, well, if I had my other land, I could have Storm Tamed. Well, that's funny. Okay, well, I missed my chance to win this game. They're already at a point where they're going to bring out good stuff. I played it too conservatively, and I'm missing land drops. So, although their side is also very slow, there's that land. Okay, that Spell Pierce might help. Double blue, that gets big, I can bounce it back. Draw a card. I can bring out the Drake, that would be able to block that from getting bigger. So that'll be a hold right there. 5th land, that's enough lands for their Planeswalker, right? Although the Drake again would have protection from that particular Planeswalker. Thought Erasure, I guess it doesn't matter because they would be able to fully pay for it. Well, actually, if they do pay for it, then they're out of mana for anything else. Alright, so they're out of mana for anything else, that's fine. I don't know what they'd take here. Tempest Djinn, probably they're scared of that. What would they take? Essence Capture would be useful. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're playing. It seemed to be like get Nicol Bolas out was their main strategy, which, you know, I have the Cerulean Drake, so that'll have protection from that since it's a Grixis color. So they're gonna go, I guess they're finally looking at my deck. Or are you looking Lizbeth? I wonder if that is the famous Magic personality Lizbeth? That'd be cool if it were. Yeah, so boink. Alright, so reading the card explains the card. Hey there, JC Loanzon, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to battle this Grixis player that didn't read my card that has protection from red, and they attacked me, and I blocked with it, and nothing happened. So now they've got another one of those. Sure. You can do that if you want. Let's tap down one of these. And then if you want to attack, I've got blockers. No attacks. Okay. So, as for myself, I will attack. You like the lifelink because you want the souls. That is a good strategy. Taking people's souls for yourself and then using the souls against them. I already played a land. Okay, so if they bring in that one again, languish for everything, I would have had a counterspell for that. That's funny, the Amonkhet land is blocking that, so I hope someone gets fired for that. I can't press the button because that that temple is in the way. Anyway, well, I guess we'll counter this. If they want it, they'll have to pay for it, and then they can't cast their anything else, but they'll pay for it, I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. So then that does a board wipe. That's going to do 2 damage to me. From Hell's Heart I stab at thee, and then no damage because it got 0 forward. Oh, poor character. Okay, well, they know I've got that Jinn, 3 mana, 5 in total. That is just a Jinn, not a Wizard's Retort, a bowl. Okay, so let's see here. Nicol Bolas. Let's double make them waste their mana here. Spell Pierce. Or just go for 1, right? Merfolk into Retort. Nah, let's be safe. I've got the mana for it. So, clearly they'll pay for this. But then, bring that out, and then 1 more counterspell, and then you're all tapped out. Ooh, Curious Obsession. Perfect. So then we draw something good, I hope. Not amazing. Okay, well. Let's see if that scares them. If they do another one of those -4s, well, I've got the dive down. 2 cards in hand, they might be thinking some good stuff is there. And they would be right. Okay, yeah, so that is the -4. Fine. And then that's totally hex-proofed. I'm not going to attack with that. And 6 in the air. Plus a blocker. Keep a land. Okay, so this could be 1 more wipe. Or a bolus. Okay, that'll work. I think that Drake can protect it, though, right? Oh, no, I guess not. The Drake would only protect against the... The Drake would only protect against... me. Guess I gotta take out that... Nicol Bolas. And I've got blockers, thought erasure into nothing. But it does give them a surveil 1. And then Elder, okay. Fine. Although, unfortunately, that Eldest is very good because it's going to bring back something from the graveyard, and I'm whiffing on lands. Okay. Well, I'm on a very short clock over here. Each opponent discards a land, whatever. Okay, so next turn, when it comes back to them, they're going to bring back something from their graveyard, which of course is going to be their Nicol Bolas. And then and then I'm in trouble. So there's like one card that could save me, which, oh, they got one of those. I have the Tail's End. Tail's End will really, 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 really be helpful if I can get this. Tail's End, come on, Tail's End. Not a Tail's End, but maybe I can get this Tail's End off of the Drake. Okay, I need the Tail's End because they're gonna bring their Nicol Bolas from their graveyard. Then when they get their Nicol Bolas from their graveyard, which they already had 2 of them, destroy target creature, which actually won't... I guess it won't be horrible. Hey there, Marshmallow Cat. I can't draw... Ooh, I can't draw off of... Yeah, I can't draw off of Narset. Whoops. Okay, never mind. Well, do we have any other outs besides one more turn to win the game? Because that final Nicol Bolas, target opponent exiles, each opponent exiles 2 cards, Nicol Bolas, 7 damage to target opponent. Well, I guess maybe it's still doable. Maybe. Something can still possibly happen here, because this Drake is protected from red. They've got Nicol Bolas and Grixis, 2 Nicol Bolases and Grixis, and untargetable, right? I think, maybe, something can still happen. So they're stealing my blocker. Well, that gives them one more turn. I can exile my lands, I guess. I don't quite need them. And then one more -2 on that. Another Narset. Okay, so that's gonna gum up the board even more. I don't know, do we have an out on this? What else can we do in this deck? That's worthless. So I need a Merfolk Trickster, I need counterspells, I need the Tail's End. Well, see, we'll just keep grinding it, but the path to victory is looking dimmer. Block with my own critter, they'll Nicol Bolas steal off another thing, probably another blocker, probably the Djinn. Narset is preventing the card draw. They're gonna ultimate these. Exiles a card. Okay, so what are they gonna steal here? They're gonna steal, okay, kind of worthless. That's good. They took my own dive down. What is the other Nikki B doing? Exiles 2 cards. Who cares? Target exiles from the top of their life. Oh yeah, they're just stealing the... well, they're copying the ability. Okay, so they have one more. They have a Wizard's Retort. Okay. 0. Is it 0 casting cost always, or just on their turn? There's a Narset, of course. Until end of turn, you may cast it. Okay, so they can steal my counterspell, and cast it for 0, but just on their turn. They get another Narset to go draw another thing. They have plenty of mana to cast it. And one of those. Okay, well, I can dive down, but they're just going to counter my own thing. Final Thought Erasure. They got me. No, I don't play any of the any other games except for Magic, really. I have too many day jobs and stuff, and so the time to play most other things is just not quite there. So it's all Magic all the way down for me. Ooh, okay, we got our rewards. 1,000 gold and experience. Cool, that's what I was going for. Okay, let's change things up just a little bit. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. Let's look at a couple of... if we switch over here, let's look at... here is the cane that Mark is working on, if you want to tell us a little bit about it, like whatever the wood is and such. And so over here we've got the top of the cane in a type of a redwood, and then a type of a white wood, and then a little gold piece. Very cool, very, very intricate. Then we've got another shot of it over here, another angle. You get this full aspect of it. Again, very cool. Top the head of it, whatever it's called. I'm not sorry. I don't know. I don't know keen terminology. Got an anchor. Does the anchor have any sort of meaning, maritime stuff? Were they a sailor or in the Navy, etc.? And then the design, I guess this is another facet, right? Taven, axle. Like I said, I like looking at people's photos on the other parts of the photos to see what I can find. What is that right there? It's part of a shelf. Oh, I see. It's the desk. Oh, and then there's your shoe right there, right? Is that your shoe? Like I said, I just like looking at people's. Obviously, people take a photo in a. People take a photo in the. in the focus of things, and I like to look at the other parts of the photo that people don't realize. That's a really cool pattern there. Yep, Mark is very talented. Let him know there in the chat how talented he is. Can't wait to see when that is fully formed. Alright everyone, so next up, here's what we can do next. We'll get back to some gameplay one moment. It's one loss, no worries, we'll have more wins in one moment. Let's do this. So, I have a booster pack right here of the brand new Commander Legends. I think I'll be opening it up a little bit at a time throughout the stream today. And then after opening up a cool card, then I'll do the drawing of the day, and then I'll try drawing it. So let's open up this booster and see what things I got. This is the very first booster I'll ever open of Commander Legends. Anyone looking forward to this set? Releases today officially in the US. And looking for anything in here? There's a lot of cool cards and reprints and new cards and all of that. Full disclosure, I kind of don't want this product in the terms that I've said before, that for me, believe Commander and Brawl is more about, like, let's look through my old cards. And while I'm talking, I'm trying to open this, and this is hard. Anyway, to me, Commander and Brawl is about, let's look at my old cards and find an old card, an old neglected card, and give it a new life in a Commander deck. I kind of don't like that Wizards has decreed that this year is the year of Commander, and therefore we're going to put out so many Commander things you won't even believe it. Which I think causes too much power creep, too much causing playgroups to just go get the latest and greatest card that is made for the format. Obviously, Wizards of the Coast is a company and has to make money and feed its employees and so forth, of course. But I think personally focusing on products that are very, very tailored to an audience or a format, not an audience, but a format, I think is for me, a little bridge too far. And yes, I'm a hypocrite because I bought one, but c'est la vie. So the text on the back: discover more than 70 new legendary commanders, 2 in every pack, and craft a deck that makes the most of their unique abilities. Keep an eye out for special reprints of classic commanders. So Commander Legends, if you haven't heard, is supposed to be the draftable set. Unfortunately, it's coming out at a horrible time where, especially here in California, we just entered into purple tier, which means we have to shut down. They just initiated a curfew, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something. No one goes out. And other countries also, we're not getting this virus under control. Unfortunately, Soapbox, right-wingers are getting too much exposure and a voice and causing their crazy lies to spread to the populace, and we're not dealing with the effects of this real thing. So we have to shut down again. So this product that is supposed to be for drafting, there's no drafting going on in the US because we're not handling it. But you're supposed to draft it and make a commander deck out of it? That sounds pretty interesting. Anyway, I'm going to switch over to the cam over here. I set up another cam. Hopefully this will be good. Let me change my setting. It's kind of a little dark. Configure video and exposure right here. We'll try it like that for a bit. So let's open a couple of these at a time, and then we'll do some more gameplay. So this sort of feels, I don't know, it actually sort of also feels a little thicker than a usual booster pack. It comes with the regular amount, right? 15? No, oh, actually, I forgot. It comes with 20. I forgot to say there. 20 card draft. That's why it feels a little thicker. Okay, so we'll open a few. Get back to some gameplay. So we'll see what good stuff we get. That opened up very easily. Sometimes these open up weird. Oh, they changed Spike's hair. It used to be red. That's actually kind of weird. Her hair is red in the original card, and these sleeves look a little weird too. And that looks a little weird. Did they misprint this? Is this a valuable misprint that I will be able to sell and get rich off of? Let me pick my orientation here. So, let me fix this one more time. Exposure. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, so Elf Warrior token. How do I open them? From this side or that side? Yeah, that side. Alright, so I guess we'll look at a few of the commons and stuff and then get back in a bit. Gift of Paradise. Yeah, sorry about that. It's all trying to fix the right exposure manually. Guess we'll go with that. Okay, so Gift of Paradise, enchant the land, make it produce any color, gain 3 life. Impulsive Pilfer, here's a new printing, or here's a new card. I kind of like the art on that, it looks pretty fun, doesn't it? Impulsive Pilfer, it's a goblin. When this dies, create a treasure token, and it's got Encore, so you can pay 4, make a hasty copy of it that attacks, and then it gets exiled. That's pretty cool. It gives you a 1/1, it gives you a treasure, it comes back to attack later on. Gale Strike, 3 mana, instant, return target tapped creature to its owner's hand, and then draw a card. So this is kind of like the thing about this product, that it's trying to straddle 2 things at once. The draft portion of things and the commander portion of things. So you don't want this card really in a real commander deck, right? Because it's so conditional in terms of return when it's tapped. It draws you a card and it replaces itself, but like on a quote real deck, you don't really want this, do you? For the draft portion, you do. Briarblade Adept, 5 mana, Elf Assassin, 3/4. When this attacks, target creature an opponent controls gets -1. Well, big creature gets a little smaller, and then Encore it for 4 mana instead of 5, and it comes back as a hasty attacker. Encore's the new mechanic that is in this new set. You bring back a creature from the graveyard, it gains haste, it lets you attack all your opponents, and then it exiles itself. Oh, Dragon Egg. I remember that one. Pretty fun art. 3 mana, 0/2, it's a Dragon Egg. Defender. When it dies, create a 2/2 red dragon with fire breathing. Pay red, and then +1. Prying Eyes, 6 mana, draw 4 cards, then discard 2. Classic Sanitarium Skeleton, 1 black. You get a 1/2, pay 3, return it from the graveyard back to the hand. I forgot which guest and I on the podcast we were talking about this card, but if you look carefully, it is like the padded cell of the insane asylum. I thought it was like stone, but he pointed it out that it's like the padded cell. Pretty cool art. Kev Walker as usual. Kev Walker as usual, making very cool art. Yeah, the newer art. Very polished. The multiplayer that unearth. Yeah, it's exactly it's that alternative cost, and it's cool that it gives the creature haste and sends it off to all the opponents. And then we've got Fall from Favor, 3 mana, enchantment aura. Does it look? Yeah, it looked like stone to me, but if you look carefully, it's got a button right there in the top right corner where they've riveted in the padded cell into the concrete or whatever. Okay, Fall from Favor. It's an enchantment aura. When it enters, tap a creature, and you become the monarch. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is the one that people were saying. Well, no, was it in green or blue? I think the professor did a video complaining about the monarch getting added to green, because nowadays, real talk, green is overpowered. Green has got everything nowadays. So many green cards are just over the top nowadays. And the professor was saying there's a brand new green card that gives them the monarch, which I don't believe it was possible before. I think monarch was only in a couple of colors, I think. But anyway, here's the monarch in blue. Tap their creature, it doesn't untap, you become the monarch. So, more card draw, more good. Bad grammar aside. Sith Ascendant, we have 3 mana for a 1/1 flyer. When it deals damage, put a +1. Well, 3 mana for a 1/1 flyer, I guess. That could get bigger. Pretty cool art. But don't see that going into many decks. Maybe draft decks? Oh, I love the art on this one. Elvish Visionary. It's the 2 mana elf shaman. It's the 1/1 that enters the battlefield, draws you a card. Then, ooh, Sky Diamond. I should pull out my Sky Diamond from Mirage. This is a reprint from an old card from the 90s from the set Mirage. 2 mana. It's the 2 mana rock that gives you blue, but comes in tapped. Obviously, in the beginning, we had Black Lotus and Mox Pearl and Mox Sapphire and all of that, which were very overpowered. And then a Soul Ring, of course, and all of that. So then, in the second age of Magic design, they tried to kind of fix a few things, and the Sky Diamond, the whole diamond cycle. They had Sky Diamond, Fire Diamond, Charcoal Diamond, Moss Diamond. I think those are all the colors. And they would be 2 mana for a 1 mana artifact, but they would come in tapped. So it does lose you that 1 turn, but it makes it more efficient. I would still play this. I think this is still a playable commander card nowadays, especially if you're on a budget. People want to get all of the best mana rocks, but those are starting to get expensive, so this is a good budget example. And then next we've got a Lumen Grid Gargoyle, 6 mana, 4/4 flyer, plain old artifact Gargoyle, 4/4 flyer. Anything that watches without sleep and fights without fear is a valuable ally against the Phyrexians. And that was Kara Vrist, Neo-Rock Agent. I didn't play during original Mirrodin, but as I kind of look back on the older cards, and I see that there were these Neo-Rock cards, which was Magic's like cyberpunk sort of cards. Let's take a little detour off of that. Anyone play original Mirrodin and stuff? Anyone remember the Neo-Rock stuff? Let's go do a little detour into this here. Neo-Rock. There were a bunch of Neo-Rock named things. Well, I guess not that many. Neo-Rock Commando. 3 mana 2/1 with Shroud, which they don't print that anymore. You started with Dark Steel. Okay, that was Mirrodin, Dark Steel, and then Fifth Dawn. Is that correct? Or was Dark Steel part of Return to Mirrodin? So Neo-Rock Commando, and this one's in Mirrodin Besieged. Okay, so then the return. When Neo-Rock Commando deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. So this is sort of this like cyberpunk, high-techy magic. Magic is always like wizards and stuff, once in a while they deal with technology stuff, and I think over here, looking back on things, you that were there, Kat, do you feel that this was like them dipping their toe in like cyberpunk sort of things, like high-tech Blade Runner sort of things, but still keeping it magic-ish-y? Because then we also had Nurok Familiar. That doesn't really look too high-tech-ish. It just looks like an armored bird. 2 mana 1/1 flying. When Nurok Familiar comes into play, reveal the top card of your library. If it's an artifact, put it into your hand. Otherwise, put it into your graveyard. That's interesting. Then we've got Nurok Hover Sail. So right there, definitely that's high-tech. That's like Tron. The art is kind of busy. You can't really tell what's going on, but if we go into the here, yeah, so then that looks like the solar sails from Tron, which I love that movie. That was one of the first DVDs I ever bought like 15 years ago. Such an amazing movie. Watched it in the 80s, of course. Yeah, they tried to have tech since it was artifact heavy, but there was also humans that just had metal in their bodies too. They were born that way, or they upgraded that way, or anything about that, like in the lore, perhaps? This was also when the artifact was way more... This was like the first version of the artifact with like no color. These modern artifacts have, I think, a little tinge of blue, I would say. And then those original artifacts were like completely black and white, which also affected the mana symbol, right? The mana symbol was accidentally printed black and white, I think. Born that way. That's why that's why the Volshok look like hedgehogs almost. We'll look up some Volshoks in a moment. Did you see that the sequel to Tron in early 2000? Yeah, I saw Tron Legacy. I enjoyed it. I thought the visuals were pretty amazing. I don't quite remember the story too much, but I've seen the original Tron so many times that I remember that story. But yeah, I thought I even bought the Tron soundtrack. One of my first iTunes purchases was buying the complete Tron soundtrack, and I did it because someone gave me a gift certificate for my birthday for iTunes. Up until that time, I was acquiring music through places such as Napster and LimeWire and BearShare or Kazaa and the like. Statute of limitations has passed, right? Anyway, I was acquiring music, and then I finally, let's try this iTunes, 99 cents per track, and I got a gift certificate. So the first album that I bought off of iTunes was the Tron soundtrack, the original Tron soundtrack. And then later I bought the Tron Legacy soundtrack, because Daft Punk did it, which I kind of felt wasn't Daft Punky enough. If you listen to the classic Daft Punk songs with their repetitive, amazing nature, it's a feature, of course. I didn't feel that the Tron Legacy soundtrack was Daft Punk-ish enough. I thought it had some of their influence, but then it had a lot of John Williams influence. It was fine. I liked it, but I still like the original Wendy Carlos soundtrack. She was one of the very first composers that did electronic music. Actually, one of the very first trans people that was very, very public about things, Wendy Carlos, back in the 80s. And a lot of interesting history there. LimeWire, Napster, all that good stuff that would like totally hack your computer and make it unusable. Nurok Prodigy, we'll look at a couple more. Oh, this is the one I remember. The Nurok stealth suit. Like this Hajime Sorayama style of art. Sexy cyborg style of art. That Sorayama artist here in Magic. Cool purple colors, very high tech and everything. So yeah, let's get back to a couple more cards here, then gameplay, and then other things. Sorry, you'll be back later. You're talking to your son. It's his birthday. Happy birthday. Hey, everyone in the chat. Wish Mark's son happy birthday on the count of 3. Here we go. Happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Axel. You are 15. Congrats. So, thanks for that, everyone. Let's look at a couple more cards, and then back to the gameplay. Right here. I will look at the commons, and then we'll get back to Then we'll get back to the gameplay. You still have commons going on here. So next up, we've got the Armadillo, Armillary. I know in Spanish a double L is pronounced more like a Y. Armillary. I guess I'm going to go with Armillary. Armillary Sphere. 2 mana, artifact, 2 and tap, and sacrifice. Search your library for up to 2 basic lands, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. So yeah, they're trying to do mana fixing in this set, in a real commander deck. It's a little slow. You usually want to get your things to go directly to the battlefield, but I guess it's, you know, it's like a Wayfarer's Bauble, turn 2, or turn 3 instead of turn 2, Wayfarer's Bauble. Helps you mana fix, and then we're going to the uncommons next. So we'll pause right here, we'll come back, we'll start to look at the uncommons and the rares, we'll do some gameplay. Out of the ones that I've crafted so far, what are people liking? I like that Sky Diamond, I like Elvish Visionary, I like Fall from Favor, Impulse Pilfer is cool for the art. What about all of you? What are you liking in the set of commons so far? Art or design-wise or whatever you'd like. But I think the Fall from Favor is one of the better cards here because it gives you the Monarchy. Paradise is good for mana fixing, but again, not in a real deck, I guess. We've got the Briar Blade to do some Encore shenanigans. And the Mana Rock and Sky Diamond, I think that's one of the most playable as well. And also this Visionary, I guess. So, yeah. Let's get back to the gameplay then. So, Wizards has blessed us. They have given their golden touch and unlocked Historic Brawl for a time, although it has an entry fee, but you can play unlimited. And then they say they're going to bring back Historic Brawl in January, so I can't wait for that. So I'm going to jump in and jam some Historic Brawl. I love that format. I've got a lot of great fun Historic decks I want to play. Maybe we'll do draft and stuff, but for the moment, because it's an event, I want to do Historic Brawl. It's pretty cheap for Monarch, 3 mana. Exactly, it's blue removal. 3 mana, you get the Monarch. You can do that on turn 3 or even faster if you do little Mana Rocks. But that's a great advantage card. So, Historic Brawl. Only 2,500 gems. Amazing. Play unlimited. Don't really care about any of these rewards. Well, Fatal Push, I guess, is fine. That reminds me, I've got to put Fatal Push in some of my decks. Alright, so we'll enter that. I have so many... all my decks are pretty much Historic now because I like Brawl, as you can see. I've played a lot. I'm like a kid in a candy factory. What do I want to play here with so many Historic? I'm so used to playing like the 3 or 4 standard Brawl decks, and I've got all of these others. Do I want to bring Ulamog out? Do I want to do Pirates? Do I want to do the Locust God, Zakama, Oketra? So many things. Let me leave it up to all of you. Starting from here, starting from all of these that say H, obviously, because H is for Historic. How many... what does everyone vote for? And of course I have the ultimate veto, but what do you all think I should play here for the first Historic? I'm going to jump between a bunch of them, but which Historic Brawl deck do you all feel I should play over here? Some of them I haven't played them in a while, so they haven't been tuned. Like I haven't put the latest Mana Rocks or Mana Ramp or Mana Fixing into them, but we'll see how it goes because it's unlimited play. So what does everyone think? There's a bunch to choose from. We want to play Vampires with Alenda? Do we want to play some weird Locust God shenanigans when that one snowballs. It definitely snowballs. Oh, Ketra is fun. Make a bunch of zombies. I think it's got life gain strategies in there as well. Zakama is fun when that big old dino comes out. Brawl Ulamog is actually pretty interesting too, because that's like a bunch of mana rocks and artifacts. I think there's artifacts. And you bring out Ulamog and the opponent concedes, so that's fun. What does everyone else think? I know Mark took off for a moment. JC, if you're still around, what do you think? Stevie, what do you think? Anyone else hanging out at the moment? Any other votes for what deck to play? Going once, going twice. Maybe we'll do Oketra first, and then we will do the other ones in a bit. Yeah, let's try Oketra first. Let's see how this deck works. Haven't played it in a while again, because they don't have historic Brawl all the time. Even though on the latest State of the Game, they mentioned that that they're evaluating how that wants to go. They say we don't want to put 2 queues and you don't get players, which of course is understandable, but is it that expensive to, you know, I'm fine if it takes a minute or 2 minutes or whatever to get an opponent. I just want to play one of my favorite formats. Okay, so they've got the Locust God, so that means a lot of shenanigans. So I've got the Signet and Spinning Wheel to ramp me into Oketra, and then the Servant to start doing Oketra stuff with zombies. So let's see how that goes. Always be cordial to your opponent before you destroy them. Every inferno begins with a spark. So they also have the man, I hate that thing. Oh, but I've got an answer for it. Okay. I want to play my Signet to ramp into my creature, but I think that Runaway Steamkin is going to be a problem. So let us wait to swift it. Mind Stone and Deliberate. Fine. 2 on top. Alright, so get that mana rock out. I'm at 5 for Oketra. Let's see if they tap out. They have double blue, which could be a counter spell. Nope, they tap out. Okay, that's fine. Well, they've got quasi-duplicate. That only duplicates their own thing, right? Target creature you control. Okay, well, I can bring out Oketra at this point. Hopefully it survives for things. I've got the Conclave Tribunal for the Locust God, Thousand Year Storm. Should I Conclave Tribunal that away? Obviously that's one of their big win conditions. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, I want to convoke it so that I can cast a creature and get a zombie like that. They're at 6 mana. Well, they're more than 6 mana for the Locust God. What do they want to do? Okay, so as for myself, I have double mana left. It paused for the Mind Stone. They probably won't. I can bring out my Cavalier, which will give me another zombie and destroy their god. Well, that's it. Yeah, it's destructible, so yeah, that will work. You hate to see that happen, unless they've got, of course, hexproof. Nope. So all I need is for that Ajani's Pridemate to gain a little bit of life. Crack their Mind Stone. Now what board wipes do they have in Is It? That one Storm? Nature's Wrath? That'll wipe my 2 zombies and cat. Not Oketra. Okay, mana ramp into that, very nice. Gutter Snipe, okay. Let's see. Ooh, disenchant. What can I disenchant? Nothing that special. But that's a lot of damage. I guess I can disenchant their clock. They're waiting for the clock to chime midnight, so let us deal with that. They might have... They can Locust God and then quasi-duplicate it? Oh, fine. Couldn't they have quasi-duplicated that god? And I guess we have to end this opponent's life because... Yeah, there it is. Serial Jim, I think you might have had some cool stuff in your deck, but I guess Midnight Clock, when it reaches midnight, then they get 1,000,000 cards. Well, not 1,000,000, but it says when you get your 12th counter, so you put a counter on it on their turn and my turn. So in 6 turns when it gets to 12, when it reaches midnight, shuffle your hand and your graveyard into your library, draw 7 cards. So you do have to wait about 6 turns to get to this, but then you get a brand new set of cards. All your stuff from your graveyard comes back, and obviously by the time you get to it, you probably have like 1 or 2 cards in hand, so no loss. You get 7 cards. So, and it's a mana rock as well, so had to get rid of it eventually. So yeah, this deck came together pretty well at this moment. Haven't played it in a while, haven't fully tuned it. What other mana rocks are there? But we have 1 win so far. That was a good vote there, Cat. I think you picked a good one. Let's do another game with it, maybe switch up a little bit. And again, if people have requests... Okay, so we got this. This art looks really cool, but I never play that card. Servo Exhibition. It's a really cool art. That's by Vincent Proce. And let's go for the next game. It's a redo, exactly. It does even more than the redo because it gives you more mana to help you accelerate even more to the good stuff. Kenji is Shark. Alright, so they go first. I've got the Wild, Servant Linden, Geode, Adequate. I can topple, destroy, tap their permanent, destroy a thing. Pro tip, if you topple the statue, could also be used as a way to mess with their mana. You can tap their land, but you need to do it during their upkeep because they can respond to tapping their... You try to tap their mana, they're going to respond by them tapping their mana. Oh man, I hate this one. And then the... Yeah, that thing's going to get big. But it'll exile, so exile when this dies. Yeah, okay, so exile will work. But I have to let it get a little bigger, so... You're going to have to lay a foundation here. Next turn... prevent all non-combat damage. Is that going to be important? Non-combat damage. They're in Corvold colors, and then exile a big creature. Yeah, which is Corvold. So yeah, get in here, Wanderer. Okay, next turn, probably play the Servant, Adamant, and then Swallow Whole. Yeah, they're definitely going towards Corvold shenanigans. Actually, I'm at... Oh yeah, not Oketra yet. Okay, let's do the... I could bring out the Wanderer. Now, okay, so we'll bring out the Servant, Adamant. Draw a card off of that. Then tap my Servant to exile their Butcher, which doesn't trigger their thing. Nice. Yeah, we're ready to do that 4 damage. Okay, so they got plenty of mana for Corval. They're going to play it, obviously eat something. Oh man, they got the Field of the Dead. What can I do against that? But they're down to 1 land. Okay, so as for myself, time to bring out the big one. Missed a land drop. Guess I might as well do the attack. They're going to... oops, what's it? Oh, there. Yeah, what is it pausing on? What can they play? So Corvald is next. They'll probably eat the skeleton. Sure. Draw a card. Probably play a land too. Get the zombies on track. Ayara, fine. Make it even bigger. Sure. Elves, sure. Now, perhaps more efficiently, I have 3, 4, 5. Huh. I have 5 or 6 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I have 6 mana. Okay, I have 6 mana. So let's... Well, let me do the obvious one first, in case I miscount, because I can never tell with those stacked lands. Okay, so exile that away. Check the Scry. Heliod's amazing. Then destroy their mana rock. Draw that Heliod. Attack. Oh, that hurts. Hey, they didn't bring... Oh, they didn't bring... They have a disenchant or something for that prison realm, right? They didn't let it go back to the command zone, so they must have a way to remove the realm unless they misread. Because I have their Corvald now. Was that a misplay or is that a big... No, they're looking at it. They're going to destroy it with, like, trophy. Okay, fine. That gives me an extra mana. I'll take that. That comes into play. It does all the things. I can sacrifice the skeleton again. I've got another removal with the Wanderer. Will they attack with a Yara? No attacks. Okay. Ooh, Angel. Anyway, let's play it safe. So first, let's get rid of that Corvald. 3 mana left to summon Heliod. Nice. Okay, Ayara can eat it. That's a good strategy. All right. It also draws a card. Huh, it drew a card from itself. Weird. Anyway, let us then bring out a Heliod. Get some of the zombie party going on. Is Heliod? No, Heliod is not online yet. I was going to say, how did I get to 11 life? And I remember it was all of that Butcher hastily getting at me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. No, 7. They need 1 more mana. Oh, there's the 7th mana. But they'll probably use up all of the mana for Corval, and they'll be out. Let's see if they go greedy for it. They could probably cast it and eat it with Ayara. Who knows? Anyway, they have enough mana also to do Spoils of War, maybe? That's gonna wreck me pretty well. Let me see, what is the Sunblade? That's another just 3/3 Flying Vigilance, First Strike, Lifelink. The Angel of Grace saves my life. And it's a 5/4 Flash Flyer. Rhythm. Okay, that kind of spends their turn, although actually they can play something with haste. I guess not. Okay, that's fine. Let's do some of this over here. Get another. Uh-oh, they've got something double black. Is that a murder? To the Rider. Murderous Rider? They're gonna kill my Clockwork? Are you sure about that? Fine. Oketra's gonna come back, but it would have come back in 3 turns. That comes online. Linden comes online. Linden comes online. I make more zombies. I attack with a couple creatures. I gain life, and then they concede. Alright, there we go. Corvald is one of the ones that I'm a little worried about oftentimes, but I got the cards that I needed. You know, I destroyed their Arcane Signet. What else? What other good stuff that I... Oops, quit the match. Anyway, okay, we got another win off of Oketra. Man, I miss playing Brawl. Vintage Brawl. Thanks. And we got the Renegade Rallier. Do any of you know there in the chat the fast food restaurant, and it's got 2 names depending on which part of the US. Do any of you know the fast food restaurant named Rallies? Anyone in the chat know Rallies? Or do you know it as its alternate name in other parts of the US as Checkers? Does anyone know Rallies and or Checkers? Just like how Carl's Jr. in some parts of the US is known as Carl's Jr., and in some parts it's known as Hardee's. Did you know that? I had some Rallies for the first time in a while. Their fries are amazing. And it just reminded me all of that because of this. Renegade Rallier. Yep, Rallies has another name in other states, calling themselves Checkers. It's all the exact same stuff. But for whatever reason, it's Checkers. Because remember, on Rallies, they have the design of the checkered flag. Because I don't know the full history about it, but it's something about, you know, a rally, like a race, and that flag that you wave that someone wins is usually checkered. So Rallies, you're in a rally race, and there's checkered flag, Checkers. I don't know why Hardee's and Carl's Jr., however, have 2 names, but that's something about there. Well, let's do a little pause. I've been streaming for 1 hour, 20 minutes. We'll do a little pause. Gonna get a drink and come back, look at more Commander Legends cards, more gameplay. So be right back in just a moment. All right, everyone, we are back. If you're curious, the drink of the stream is a spiked chai tea. Interesting mix of flavors. I like chai teas, chai lattes and such. Thank you. Chai lattes are cool. One of the things that I miss about going back to the college is over at the at their cafe, they had a really cool chai latte. Did you ever get one of those, Stevie? Right there at the at their, what was it called? Joe's Coffee or something. You know, that one little shop thing near the game room. So I used to like getting that chai latte. Very nice. So I bought a few chai mixes here and there, and it's good. You've been around that spot? Yeah, people congregate there. So this is a chai, but then with a little bit of a shot of something extra. You can get whoever's on the chat, you can get 1,000 victor points if you can figure out what is the extra one shot of something into this drink. All right, let's open up a few more cards. Switching over here. We're in the uncommon slot. So we have so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 13 commons. Normally we have 11 commons, right? So they've added a few more commons. I think they've added a few more rares, or uncommons as well, plus rares. So commons plus tokens. So we've got a few uncommons to open up. So the last common was the Armillary Sphere. Next up we have Siren Stormtamer. I was just using this card right now when I was getting my daily red wine. No, it doesn't have any red wine on that. Good guess. Keep guessing though. It is a clear liquid, but you're on track. Okay, Siren Stormtamer. I was just playing this. 1 blue, it's a 1/1, it's flying. Pay a blue, sacrifice it. counter a spell or ability that targets you or a creature you control. So it often did not come up for ability. It often came up for a spell. Next, pretty epic art. Oh, there's Faith's Fetters, but with alternate art compared to the one on Arena. 4 mana. Enchant a permanent. When it enters, gain 4 life. And the permanent cannot attack or block or activate its abilities unless they're mana abilities. So put this on the Planeswalker and it shuts it down. 4 mana, you shut down the Planeswalker, plus you gain 4 life. Put it on Sprite. No, it's slightly more alcoholic than Sprite. Sprite plus Chai. I don't know about that. So yeah, this is a pretty cool card to lock down troublesome things. Who's the artist on that? That is Brian Despain. Next up, we have another uncommon. Ooh, pretty epic art here. What am I looking at? Some pretty cool stylized art. Magic doesn't do art like this as much, I think. Alright, 3 mana instant. Choose target creature you control. Whenever that creature deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker this turn, draw that many cards. Okay, cool. So you attach it to a creature. Let's say I attach it to my Siren Stormtamer. I draw 1 card. If the creature is a little bit heftier, such as this 4/4, I would draw 4 cards. And it hits a player or planeswalker. Champagne cocktail? Well, remember the starting point that I said was chai, so it's not bubbling. I can't really see it, but it's not really bubbling. But keep guessing. Alright, so sorry, we were saying here, Hunter's Insight. The Predator knows the true way of the world. Life is conflict. Only the strong survive. Is it a dry martini gin? It's not gin, but it is clear like that. And then the rare is next. So we're going to pause right there because the next card is the rare. On the next break, I'll then unveil the next one. And here are the uncommons so far. Out of the uncommons, I like that Faith's Fetters to lock down creatures and planeswalkers. Siren Stormtamer is also pretty cool. Yeah, you're getting warmer. It is along those lines. And then the Hunter's Insight is okay. It's good for draft, but not for a real deck, possibly. And I keep saying real. That's a little too judgy, isn't it? I apologize. I'm just trying to say a constructed commander deck versus a limited commander deck. I think some of these are playable in limited commanders, but in a constructed commander, I think a lot of them might not be. But that's the nature of the product and of many draft products, that they have to put in a lot of draft chaff and so forth to fill up a booster pack. We get 20 cards out of that one, so mathematically we get more chaff, I guess. So that Oketra deck was working well, but let's switch it up. And I'm going to switch over. I haven't played the Pirate deck in a while. Remember this deck that we crafted? Haven't played it in a while. I think this definitely needs tuning now that they've added many more ways to fix your mana and all of that. But let's play it against a mono red goblin deck. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, got a lot of removal. Okay. Turn 1 Goblin Arsonist. GG. Okay, Krenko, Holler. Okay. We're gonna go with a bit of aggro. We're gonna go with aggro creatures. If they torch my art aerialist, that's fine. Alright, Lucky. Krenko is next, so I missed the land. Missed the land drop. They won't. And okay, Krenko out, and I already used up my kill spell. So exactly as I said. Okay, clearly that is gonna do its thing. Sure. That is acceptable. Third land, okay. So, clearly need that for this. Next turn, my mana rock, I guess. Struggling with that. Cheney. That's a good one. Okay, well, actually I can just, if I can tempt it, gains me back some life. I guess the better play of the theory of doing more than one thing at a time is, oops, they've got single red on that. Oh, but they can just sacrifice their Ember Hauler. Alright, so I got all my mana fixed. I can summon Angrath and steal their own creature. This is one of the first Planeswalkers I ever got in Arena, so it's got a special place in my heart. No attacks, okay. They're going to hit it for 2, and then I guess their final mana over there, they're going to hit it for 3 more. Lightning Strike? Maybe. And then I've got the Shivan Fire, possibly for a little thing. Chandra, okay. Sure. That is a thing that you could do. As for myself, we'll do that. Then some of that. I don't think I've heard that Chandra voice acting before. She's like, I'm out. Oops, that makes a lot of those, but I can wreck this before it can do its thing. Then, as for myself, bring out the captain, bring out a stone. Have nothing to discard. Have a Krenko. Tap out. Fine. They really want to take that out. So they really want to get that Krenko out. Six, seven, eight. It's already at 8 mana. Did they top deck? Nope, they didn't top deck a land. There we go. Okay, Pirates versus Goblins. We know which is the better tribe now. And again, I haven't tuned to that deck in a little while, so I don't know if it's... could be better, but... Put some cool artifacts in there. White rum is the answer. So rum is oftentimes brown, but this is a white rum, and so that's what I was saying about gin is clear and Sprite is clear. So it was the white rum in this. Alright, let's play with more pirates. More pirates, then we'll open the next cards. While I'm waiting for the opponent. Oops, there we go. I was going to say we can look at some more other of those New Rock cards. They're so cyberpunk. Oh, there's the Departed Deckhand, Captain Storm, Unclaimed Territory Wilds. Okay, look, I got all my mana fixing, and they're at Chromium, and they got a turn 1. Man, they've got the ley line turn 1. Well, that'll be annoying. Because they have blue. As for myself, doesn't matter what I cast, what color I grab. Exactly, there's the deckhand right there. Hopefully it'll be able to do its cool stuff. Oops, they are shock landing themselves. So, let's see if this is a counterspell. Probably won't be a counterspell yet, not a counterspell. And Azcanta, man, that deck is stacked. Where's my removal? Where's my artifact removal? Or where's my steel artifacts? Because with that Azcanta and that ley line, they are doing pretty well. As for myself, I think, however, I can already summon my captain. Is it too early to summon her? Alright, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5. They're at 5. Let's pausing there. Well, I've got all the mana that I need, and they're running out of cards, although Azcanta will definitely help. I have walked the plank when they bring out their commander. Let's see if my resummoning will work here. Okay. No response, possibly. Double treasure. Chromium. Okay, well, they have enough to summon their commander, but let's see what happens. They've been doing a whole lot of not too much, although they can flash summon their commander right here, so I cannot flash walk the plank, so that'll be annoying. I think what I could do is... Those are sorceries. Probably what I could do is... Okay, I'm going to summon this Departed Deckhand and see about attacking. And if they flash in Chromium, I think I can give it unblockability at the last moment. Let's see if they do it. Now they're looking at extinction. Okay, well, that's going to take all of mine out, right? That's even, and that's odd. Okay, well, that'll survive. That's fine, because I have plenty of mana to bring it back. They have their final... They have their final mana. They have their final land. Alright, final card, Dawn of Hope. Are they gonna crack that Mind Stone? Yeah, the deckhand died because they did this. They did their spell right here, Extinction Event. Choose odd or even. Exile each creature with that converted mana cost. And the deckhand is odd, so I got exiled. Okay, so they have one card left in hand. They can flash in... They're gonna probably flash in their Crow. It's a 7/7 and I don't have enough to kill it, so... Well, I guess I'll have to do it and then walk the plank afterwards. So they're gonna flash it in. I don't have any instant way to remove it, so they're gonna flash it in at the end of the turn. Although I guess it's not... Oh, Immortal Sun. Okay, that's a good one. Don't I have ways to steal artifacts? Aren't I a pirate? Uh-oh. Confounding conundrum. So close. If they didn't have the Immortal Sun, I would have been able to take out Chromium, but I still can. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 mana if I can do that, but guess we'll do it this way. Damage to target creature. If this spell's kick deals 10 damage divided as you choose among any number of targets instead. Alright, if I can kick this, I can do the final 10 damage to the opponent. Although they have 2 cards in hand. Alright, let's see what they do here. I can kick that for 10 and kill them, but let's see what they do here. Creates a soldier. Okay, so 2, okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me count that again. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 9 in total. 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 9, 10, 11. I need 11 in total for this to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11. Okay, I think I did the math. I'm always weird about the math, but let's see. Are they gonna use it up for one more? We're gonna make another one, but did we already get past damage assignment? Yeah, we already got past damage assignment. And yeah, this is not... If that didn't have lifelink, that would have been game over. They're getting their advantage of... Well, that's going to be a flyer. They're going to keep making these... They're going to keep making these creatures on the ground. And they still have enough to make another creature, so I hate to be pessimistic, but that ley line really helped. And then now that they got the Immortal Sun, yeah, we're done here. They have too much card advantage, they have too much mana, they have total instants. It's not gonna work. If I got maybe some sort of direct damage, but I don't remember everything that's in the deck, so let's move on. Turn 1, and I had no way to remove the... I think part of what this deck is, it's very aggro, so it might not have a lot of removal. So I definitely needed to remove that ley line. That was definitely helping them, flash casting whatever they wanted. so that's not good, but alright, turn 1 territory, turn 2 signet, and after that, I was going to say they're playing mono white, but actually not really, because Kenrith is every color. The big idea with Admiral, of course, is that she, when you attack, steals things, but you've got to attack with 3 pirates. And the 3 have to do the damage? I don't think all 3 have to do the damage. Let's see if this is too early to bring her out. Okay. They must have missed a land drop because there wasn't much of a reason to concede at that point. And with a card as powerful, Kenrith is one of the most powerful commanders because it's got every color. Although you have to put in a lot of mana fixing, and I see a lot of people that do it very, very well, so... Oh, that makes sound. So did the opponent get so intimidated by pirates they just rage quitted? Or did they have bad draws? Who is this? Nayeth. Oh, this is one of the brand new... I might have seen that card once in a while. Whenever one or more creatures you control fight or become blocked, draw a card. At the beginning of combat, you may pay this. If you do, double target creature's power. Well, this seems like a fun, big, dumb creature type of deck, which I appreciate. I like when people get a little bit more creative on things, so let's see what big dumb creatures we get here, and we'll bring in our own big dumb pirates to counteract. Double green, A. Now they're playing green, so let's see if they've got any return to natures and stuff. Cultivate. That's a good one. Alright, so they have the 4 mana for their plane, for their, what do you call them? And that will do nothing. Now what I could do here, I'm going to attack with that menace. Going to draw some cards. There's a land. Did I play a land already? And then when they attack with their 3/3, let's see if my poisoner. Ooh, that's a big one. 4/4 defender. But then it fights. Okay. Well, they definitely have set up a fight stratagem. Wow, they're going to have a big blocker there, and I need to get rid of that, right? That was definitely going to be a I got a nice off of that because that was like one of their big problem cards, right? And they were missing some land drops. I love the art on that. Check it out. Warden of the Chained. That's one of the most coolest Minotaurs I've ever seen. However, gonna have to do... Oh, I guess I'll do it soon enough. Okay, so that Warden cannot attack, but it can block. What I could do next... Oh man, Mammoth. How do I get rid of that Mammoth? So how much do I need for this? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 9 mana in total. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 mana in total. So I'm going to have to do this. This is going to be a little bit of a desperate play. But at least I got rid of it. Okay, so then they'll probably... just attack my Planeswalker, which will give me a little bit of... That'll give me a little bit of leeway. So I'm sure they've got a Kolga. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to have to use that Fight with Fire to deal with both of the creatures. Okay, wait a minute. I can kick this to here and to here and to here. So that I can put 6 right here, 3 right there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1. Okay, there we go. Math. It says cancel. Here we go. Math. So that's going to get 6, that's going to get 3, that's going to get 1. There we go. They have a lot of card advantage. They have a lot of mana. I have my Vanquisher's Banner, but that doesn't do much until I... until I summon something, so let's summon something. You have way more card advantage than me. This might be difficult to get through. I'm sure there's like a Kolga coming next, so... maybe a Galta or something. They have plenty of mana for it. We've gotten to the point where they've gotten a lot of mana, plus with that thing that'd be... I know they're going to do that one X spell. Oh, I guess not. Okay. Guess we'll do this. The captain, all right. So we've got an admiral and we've got a captain. We got 2 4/4s. How is the tide turning? Get it, pirates, ships, tides? They have to summon that for 10 mana now. Ooh, Spiked Wolf, okay. That one is not really going to do anything. Oh well, actually it will. It'll fight something, weaken something, but... Oh, never mind. What happened there? When it enters the battlefield, it fights up to 1 creature. Okay, so never mind. Fighting wouldn't have helped. But I know they're going to do... Yeah, they're looking. They're going to do that 1 X spell to do a fight plus X, I bet. I believe it's got Galta on the art, but it's not Galta. It came out a few sets later. Primal Might. That's the one I meant. And a final ram through deals damage in 1 direction, so I guess that's done as well. Well, Signet. That is an instant. Garuk. It's only 2 damage to each non-pirate creature. I guess. Doesn't matter, not trample. Actually, I guess that's the final Ember Cleave there, so... Alright, well, Ember Cleave holding on to an Ember Cleave at the last moment. Sometimes people say this, but like I don't think it's a problem at all. Have you heard of people saying, ban Ember Cleave? I think that's just the problem of everyone wanting to... getting triggered easily by many cards. So obviously it beat me here at the last minute and there wasn't much I could do, but the game went on long enough, so I think for the people that are like, ban Ember Cleave, I guess when you're playing like on standard and stuff, then it is a bit more focused decks that are the same ones over and over. Okay, now I need to get into the mindset of another deck. What's this opponent? Killa Zavix. And their play. Oh man, they got one of those right away, huh? Well, I'm missing my blue mana. Alright, that will be adequate. So crashing, this has flash, return a creature and draw a card. I could unsubstantiate. Actually, that'll give double colorless. That's not what I want. Alright, so that holds them back a little bit. Daxos. Alright, so eventually when they get enough life, they're going to start to make angels. I could unsubstantiate that angel. So they can cast an angel, but then I'll just bounce it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I get my 6th land, I guess I can bring out my locust, and that's the big idea, right?
Now is the time to strike.
I think that's one of the first times that I've heard that voice acting. I can eat that egg, right? Okay, let's see. I've held off long enough. Let's see if I can get something to work here. The big idea with the Locust God is you make a lot of locusts. Whenever you draw a card, create a thing. So I have the card draw in Weight of Memory and Divination. They made an angel. So that's what they definitely wanted. Sky Clay for a bunch of mana, sure. So that's the idea with this deck. Draw a bunch of cards. The ramp was a little slow to get to the Locust God, but they'll probably plus that angel, although I can block it with 1.
I will guard your advance. Fight together. Seize victory.
So these will just be single blocks, right? Because I have 3 to block or something. Oh, yeah, I guess something got indestructible. Reading the card explains the card. I don't think I'm going to be able to exactly pull this off, perhaps. Yeah, we're just going to be a stalemate for a while, and So are we just gonna stalemate here for a while? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get them down to reasonable life. Alright, one of the things that I forgot about the Locust God is I didn't have to create... Yeah, that's one of the things that I forgot. When it dies, I need to remember to... yeah, I need to remember that when it dies, I needed to bring it back to the hand, not back to the command zone, because then I tapped out there. So... I just need to remember how that deck plays. This deck plays. So how's everyone doing so far? Should we open the last cards from the set? What does everyone think? Is that a radical idea? They have the 4-mana Chandra. So I have a lot of card draw spells. Roiling Vortex. Huh. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, it deals 5 damage. I don't think anything like that happens in this deck, so that's just kind of like a back and forth, we damage each other. But I guess since they're mono red, they're going to be able to do that extra bit of damage so that that's constantly hurting me. Anyway, this is the Chandra that at one point was like $100. What was his name? I think Manny? Manny was his name. Back at the game club, he had that card, and that's going to be a problem. He had that card, and yeah, I probably need to get rid of that now, even though I want that. Let's go for the Mana Rocks. I can possibly do it next turn. So Manny had that card. He had pulled that card. I don't remember if it was foil or not, but he Alright, so here's their big brain play. They're gonna cast Chandra. They're gonna do the +1. They're gonna do 2 damage to me, and that Spitfire is gonna get huge. So as for myself, what I want to do: discard X cards. Target X player draws X cards. Channel this X damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. So I have to discard X cards. I think that'll work best when I've got the Locust God out. Okay, let's see if this Locust God can do stuff. And remember, I have to let that go to my hand, not to the command zone. So I have to remember that. Be very careful. They're gonna do the +1. It's gonna damage me. They're gonna have 4 mana to play with. They could do actually the +1 there, get 2 more mana. Yeah, they're looking at my guy. 4 damage on that. Okay, so let that get back to take action. Move your commander to the command zone, decline. That's what you need to do. So reading the card explains the card. Hopefully you haven't missed much. Not too much. I switched over to do, they're doing the event. They're doing the event of Historic Brawl. I'm playing that Locust God deck that we all designed that other time, remember? So I'm trying to play that. The opponent is a very aggro red player. Look at that, they got me. They got that with so much damage. Okay, 9 on that. Put that to my hand. I guess the thing that's giving me the most problem is just that Spitfire, so we got to get rid of that. So read this carefully. Discard X cards. Target player draws X cards and then it deals X damage. Okay, so I've got so many good things I don't want to discard, but I have to because that is getting problematic. So 1, 2, 3. Target a player, myself. Target player draws X cards. That's me. And then a creature right there. So I have to discard 3 things. 1, 2, 3. Have a passage. How did the birthday... was it a birthday party-ish? Or were you just kind of trying to say hello and stuff? Okay, so they have nothing on the board. Chandra is not a big problem. Well, it is a big problem, but let's see what we get. Next turn we can do a bunch of stuff with the Locust God. Return a not return. I can return that permanent. Actually, how is she? Yeah, she's going to be at -7 next turn. So double red. Uh-oh, is this going to be the final kill with massive red damage? Oh, okay. All right, we have fine. Alright, so I'm dead unless I get rid of that Emancipation, but Chandra is also ready to do stuff. Yeah, I'm double dead because I don't think they're going to get greedy. I think they're going to actually minus the Chandra to give me that emblem. I guess we'll go for it this way. Summon that. Dismiss that. I'm still dead because even with the Emancipation, when they resummon Chandra, they're going to be able to do the damage. Yeah, they're going to summon Chandra, they've got the Emancipation, they do the 2 damage, 2 times 3 is 6. It was close, I guess, but with that Emancipation, I did not have a way to deal with those 2 threats at once. So 4, 5, that comes in tapped. Actually, they cannot summon. I think they messed up too. That was returned to the hand and they put it back to the command zone. So actually, yeah, that was a mistake on their part. They cannot resummon Chandra at this point. So be careful about that. The default, they need to reprogram Arena for that. For these small instances of when you return the hand to the commander instead of the default being actually that's still game over, right? Chandra, oh no, it just makes elementals. It's gonna make 3 elementals. That's still game over because she's gonna make all of those elementals, and then they're just gonna get through my defenses. So I didn't really have any more blockers. That Emancipation did its thing. Well, let's give that a try again. I guess it just depends. I haven't tuned these decks in a while, these historic Brawl decks, because they don't give us historic Brawl Q. So now what you did miss, Mark, is that I went to go get myself a drink, which was a chai tea, a spiked chai tea. And we were having a guessing game about what was in there. Oh, also we started to open the deck, the Commander Legends. Did I say that? That I was going to open it. We still have a few more to open up, and we'll do that very soon. But Gali is just like a 2-mana creature, right? This is going to be annoying. Well, I have the unsummons, so I guess, but I don't have any blue mana, so okay. Yes. I have to wait for 3 mana until the Arresters. At least that'll lock that down. However, other Satyrs. So let's see if Gorincito is going to have some real tribal action. No, I guess not. They're just going to have haste tribal, not Satyr tribal. Galia of the Endless Dance. I don't know if people saw the cosplayer wearing this art. It was pretty fun. She was dressed up as Galia and even struck that party pose right there. I remember seeing that last year during the good old days when we could go to conventions. Alright, so their deck is all about tiny creatures. It's taking quite a while for such a hasty deck. But I guess... hopefully next turn they bring out their Galia, then I can arrest her, draw a card off of that, just get closer to my win condition. Okay, good. Gonna take a bunch of damage, but that's what happens there. Alright, they have everything that they needed. They had a lot of little hasty creatures, they have their enchantment. Let's just go on. That one wasn't a very good matchup. They're way too hasty for this deck. So not every deck can handle every deck. Might as well move on. So let's try it again. I've just been jumping around between different... Actually, let's change up pace here. I was going to open... Never mind, I already locked into an opponent. Yeah, I guess cancel doesn't quite mean cancel. But we'll do the unboxing of the next cards. Tiny Bones. Yeah, I miss all of these cards. I wish that Arena would have the historic Brawl Q more often. So that's going to be a 2-mana creature. Well, I guess the discard, I guess they're going to try to throw in a lot of force discard, so we'll see how that goes. So how's everyone doing while we wait 10 years for the opponent to think about their deck? What I got over here, Mark, I got a Sky Diamond. Remember this vintage card from Mirage? Here's the newer art. Newer, but of course this art is already like 15 years old at least. But this is the newer art right here. There it is, right there. Yeah, the opponent's still thinking. They probably got a bad connection. So, Sky Diamond, 2 mana artifact. Yeah, let's just move on here. It's already timing out for them. So, probably had a bad connection or something. Anyway, Sky Diamond. So, it was the, that classic mana rock. 2 mana gives you 1 mana, but it comes in tapped. You know, they were trying to fix Soul Ring and such, of course. That one's totally broken. 1 mana gives you 2 mana. 2 mana giving you 1 mana is fair, but then because it is from the part of Magic where it was things were very overpowered, then they depowered, and they started to repower. That card was right kind of in the edge where things were starting to come back with some power. But let's see, are they gonna have a turn 1 vampire or a turn 1 scorpion? Turn 1 witch's oven. Okay. So they definitely... Did they get the cat combo on turn 2? So anyway, the yeah, they don't even know that they can do their thing whenever they want. So those mana rocks were, I believe, in the second age of Magic design, because the first stage, of course, was like the super overpowered Moxes, mana rocks, and then the next age, well, there was like the full depowered aspect of things. You know, Fallen Empires, Ice Age, and Homelands and all of that. Well, that's way too low powered. But then they depowered stuff, and then the next age was the Mirage and Visions and all of that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm not knocking it at all. I'm just thinking in terms of that the game had gone from a very high to a low, and then okay, they missed the land drop. If they had gotten their land drop, they would have been able to capitalize on that. But anyway, as for us, I'll wait for that card draw. Well, I can do both of those. Yeah, I can do both of those. But obviously I want the card draws for... See, this Diamond Mare is not any sort of vampire-ish kind of card, so that is a flavor fail. Okay, they're missing their white mana, so they can't bring out Sorin. Twilight Prophet, sure. They're not at Ascend yet. Okay. So next turn, Mind Stone. Callus dismiss that as a sorcery. Although as soon as they get their as soon as they get their white mana, they'll play Sorin and then also free play the free play a vampire. Nope, they're still missing their white mana. Alright, Malakir. Alright, so I think I can finally do some stuff with mine. They're playing mono black, so I'm sure they're going to have a kill spell, but let's go for it here. So I have a single blue mana. Man, I should have, that was a mistake. I should have kept my opt, then I could have cast it this turn and gotten one bug out of it. So obviously I don't want to jinx it. They haven't used any removal yet. I'm sure it's coming. Anyway, they got a 2/3. Yeah, they're looking at it. They're going to kill it. So there's one of those. So now remember, I need... Oh, that gets exiled. Never mind. Move your commander to the command zone. That was an exile, not a kill, right? When this dies, so it has to come back to the command zone. That was an exile, so at least it doesn't do anything with the Cull Blade. Alright, let's bring out a Lotus. Not a Black Lotus, but a Lotus. Alright, so I've got 1,000,000 mana now, and I'm trying to get my plan to come together. I've been very lucky that they haven't gotten their white mana so far. And, they're tapping out with their mana there. Okay. Let's set this up here. Okay. Blue. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. One more. Alright, so that's what I'm trying to do. Discard a land, discard a card. That can get jump started. So let's see. At least I'll get to do that maybe once or something, because I'm sure they've got another removal spell. Mono black, actually, after all. Yeah, they're missing. They're not playing mono black, are they? That's just been a mistake. They must not be playing mono black because this has got white mana, right? So that doesn't make sense. Alright, no attacks. Okay, so draw a card off of that. Let's get some card drawing action happening. What did that say? My dubstep music is saying something weird. Anyway, okay, so let's see what we can do. We can do a million things here. Draw 3 cards, then mill 3. If I attack, I get stuff. Draw a card, then discard. Can do a lot. I can also return a non-land permanent. You may put the permanent. Okay, I can ascend that, so let me return something back. That in the air. Okay, so then I will attack for the chart a course to do its thing. Draw 2 cards. Now I heard it. It said, "This time, make sure they're all dead." Like, wow, that is my song. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have anything to bring back from the graveyard, I believe. Draw 1 card. That's kind of a lot of effort for 1 card, but okay. Unsummon is an instant. Is there anything valuable I need to unsummon? I still have 3, 4, 5 mana in total. Draw a few more cards. End the turn. Ready to unsummon. What do I want to unsummon? There's that prophet again, whatever. Sure. Alright. Are they going to attack with anything? I guess I'll just keep annoying them, I guess, by bouncing back the... Well, I should probably bounce back that Epicure. It's just 1 life, doesn't even matter. Okay, we'll just do it this way. One, two, three. I could discard 3 and get that mare. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so select the value 3. Target a player, me. Target a creature, thee. Discard 1, 2, 3. Hedron Archive, I guess. I guess they don't realize. Yeah, they should have eaten their own mare. But I guess. Okay, so more of these. Next, let's play a Scryland. That'll draw me more. Okay, jumpstart. I have to discard something from my hand. Draw 2 cards. Nine. Did I already play a land? Well, this deck is definitely doing its thing at the moment. And just draw 1 more card. This deck is definitely the stall them out deck. If they're not, yeah, Locust God is pretty awesome, isn't it? If it's not, if they're not an aggro deck, it's pretty good. Okay, so all I need to do is hold back some amount. 3 for that Aether. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the blood, and 1 for the Malakir. I doubt they'll attack with it. But anyway, how about? Oops, man, I forgot to untap that one. Stupid. But it's gone. Nice flying horde, isn't it? Yeah, that was a little misplay. I forgot to, because it was all the way on the left of my cards. Yeah, they're not getting out of their white mana. Are you? Gray Merchant. That's game over. They're not getting any of their white mana, and I would think. I guess it's not game over. I would think that I think they might have misplayed and didn't put in any white mana or something. They're gonna gain life off of that, but it's only gonna hurt me 1, right? That one's not as impressive as you think. It's just 1 life at a time. Well, I guess then the Gifted Aetherborn will do 1 more damage. Well, I guess not. Okay. Okay, so what do we do here? Clearly need to win. We have... Let's just draw a bunch of cards. Perilous Voyage. What does that one do again? Return target non-land permanent you control. Target you control. If it's converted as 2 or less, try to. Return target non-land permanent you control. Non-land permanent you control. That's not going to be too valuable for me. They're going to attack with that. They're going to hit me with 1 more with the blood. I'm going to be at 1 life. What else can I do? Stern Dismissal. Return target creature. I can use that to bounce back the Epicure so that I don't get that final damage. Alright, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4 for Gary. I need 1, 2, 3 for the Aetherborn. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Epicure. So I've got blockers. I think I'm holding back too many blockers, but I want to send a message. Have to end the turn. Discard down to 4. Discard 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so they're gonna attack. I'm gonna bounce back that Epicure of Blood, I guess. Well, I can probably bounce back the Aetherborn, because the Epicure is the one that's making me lose a little life. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that's gonna create 2. That's gonna create 2. That's gonna create 2 foods. They eat both of the foods, and it does the final 2 damage. So I have to bounce it back now. So they're not gonna have enough mana. Yeah, I think this is still game over. It's coming down to the wire because they have to spend all of that mana for the Epicure right there. Yeah, this is still game over. They're going to eat one of the foods, deal 1 damage. They're going to attack with the Aetherborn, do the final damage. So, good game, opponent. If they see it, we're dead. If they don't see it, they see it. Yeah, they see it. Well, we were this close. I'm not sure what else could have happened to avoid it. It just... I think I played things all right. I don't know, maybe I should have gotten rid of the Diamond Mare sooner, because I was gaining life and it was triggering with the Epicure. I'm very surprised, like, was this bad? Was this just bad? Was this just bad, bad luck that they never got their planes? Or are they specifically designing this deck to never cast their commander? If so, that's weird. If they forgot to put their mana in there, and I lost to this, that makes me look pretty bad. That I still lost against someone that, you know, had a bit of a crippled deck. So anyway, well, we were very close. They had enough of the mana to do what they needed to do, although we did some fun stuff, summoning lots of locuses. Alright, let's switch over here to open up the final cards, and then we will do a little bit more gameplay. So switching over here. So Mark, you missed the pack opening, right? We have the final cards to open up, so if you're there, let me know. Would you like me to recap the cards that I've opened so far briefly? Because I had the Commander Legends. Oops, Commander Legends booster pack. I already opened up the commons, and we're at the uncommons. So out of the commons, I liked the Sky Diamond. Was that common back in the day as well, or did they downshift it? What else did I like in the commons? Well, I liked the art of the Impulsive Pilferer. Check out that goblin, hilarious. It's stealing treasures. Wait a minute, I see now. It's stealing treasures in a bird nest, or putting them there, or whatever. And then here comes the mama bird up there, about to peck out his other eye. Leave my babies alone. Then the uncommons, Faith's Fetters, Siren Storm Chaser, and Hunter's Insight. So let's open the final cards. Let's reveal. I haven't seen them myself yet. So after the Hunter's Insight, we have Training Center. Oh, it's one of the Battle Bond lands that people love, because dual lands are so expensive. Every kind of dual land is getting expensive. And now one of the latest dual lands, which is really designed for multiplayer, Training Center enters the battlefield tapped. unless you have 2 or more opponents. So obviously, if you're playing Commander, turn 1, you have a dual land. Obviously not as good as, the classic Taiga or Savannah or whatever, but better than a shock land. It doesn't shock you. Better than a tap land, better than a check land, bounce land, I guess. You just have to have opponents. So people want this card, and I think the Izzet one is the one that people want the most. So cool, got that. Next, we got Prava of the Street Legion. This is a new one. 3 mana Cat Soldier, 1/4. As long as it's your turn, creature tokens you control get +1/+4. So if I've got elves on the shelves, instead of them being 1/1s, they're 2 5s. As long as I've got Prava, although it also has to be my turn. That's kind of annoying. I wish it was on anyone's turn, of course. It's just a +1/+4. What could go wrong? And then 3 and a white, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Now here's a flavor fail. This is a cat soldier, but it creates simple white soldier creatures. It should have been, of course, 1/1 white cat soldier creature tokens for the full flavor. And it's got partner, so that means you can play 2 commanders at once. I'm not sure if... Okay, so in Commander it's exactly 100 cards. Yeah, it's still 100 cards. It's not like 101 cards. It's still all 100 cards, including both commanders. You can have 2 commanders if they both have partner. Okay, so there's that. And then what else is here? Oh, actually there's... Oh, that's interesting. So that was 1 rare, 2 uncommons. Okay, what else do I have here? Armix Filigree Thrasher, 3 mana. Legendary artifact creature Golem, 3/2. When Armix attacks, you may discard a card. When you do, target creature defending player controls gets -X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, plus the number of artifact cards in your graveyard. This is definitely for like draft. This is not going to be useful in a constructed commander deck because it's so fragile. It's a 3/2. That's Prava. You can think of many different uses for that. It would go good. Yes, exactly. I definitely like Prava way better than Armix. It goes in a Basri deck because it makes more tokens. Prava likes to give them all +1/+4. This makes tokens itself. So I like Prava better than Aramix, definitely. And hey, wait a minute. There's one more thing coming over here. Oh, beautiful. This is Nimrus, Una's Trickster. I don't know if it shows up best on the camera, but this is the brand new foil etching. This is the new kind of foil. It has a texture. I don't know if you can quite see it. See it over here on the blue. On the border, there's a texture in there. Let me look at it with my own eyes. And it's just a different sort of foil process. Cool. Look at that border. So it's in Demir colors. Look at that trickster riding a hornet or something. Yeah, look at that cool texture. Flash and Flying 1/6. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So it's sort of like Surveil plus Scry at the same time, kind of. I guess it's just Surveil, actually. Isn't this just Surveil 2? No, actually, you have to put one in your hand and one in your graveyard. Mischief is its own reward. Johann Voss. 600. This is card number 608. Commander Legends is huge. 608 cards at least. And this is in Demir. There's still probably like 150 more cards after this. Well, not that many, I guess. It's multicolored, so how does it go? It goes in Wooburg order, and then multicolored, then artifacts, then lands. So that's a lot of cards, yeah. But all right, so these were my pulls. I'm very happy with this. I got some cool commons. Cool art, of course. Oh, this was one. Everyone loves this. So Monarch mechanic is back. It doesn't explain it here, even though it's a common, and this is kind of a design fail. Wizards of the Coast has said many times that on the common rarities, they try to really explain themselves. That's why in common, you have a reach creature that explains itself in reminder text saying, this creature can block flying creatures. In common, a creature with menace will say, this creature needs 2 creatures to block it. This is common, and it has Monarch. Monarch is basically, if you are the Monarch, you draw a card at the end of your turn. If another player damages you, they take the Monarch, and then they get the ability. So it's like a hot potato sort of thing. Whoever has the Monarch gets an extra card. You can take the Monarch from your opponents, and then someone else can hit them and take it back, and so forth. So 3 mana to lock down their creature and become the Monarch. So that's a good blue card. In the uncommons, what was uncommon? I guess Faith's Fetters is my favorite one there. Lock down a creature or planeswalker, gain 4 life. Cool art. Kind of looks like Frankenstein's monster a little bit. And then the rares, well, I got 1 rare, which is great. I got the training center. I don't play a lot of Is It, but there's that. It's like the coward thing. Hardly any cards have it. Yes, Monarch was really only in Conspiracy 2, Take the Crown, and they reprinted it for the first time since like 2012 or something in Commander Legends. So now there's more that have the mechanic. And then the training center was printed in Battle Bond, which was maybe 2018, 2019 or something. So that's a good one. And not really loving Armix, but Prava is cool. I like that. Tokens and Cats. And then Nimrus. I like it a lot for the art and stuff, but I don't think it's an amazing card. It doesn't have partner, but it's a 1/6 flash flyer. And the art is epic. So those were the pulls. Let's look over on the web browser at a couple of things. Web browser. We also had a little detour for a moment. Mark, remember the New Rock cards? All of these like cybertech style of characters, like this one. 2012 was the first time you tried getting into Magic during the first couple sets. The Grizzly Bear deck, yes, the famous Grizzly Bear deck. So I wasn't playing during Mirrodin Besieged or any of the Mirrodins, but when I look back on the history of Magic cards and I see cards like this, like wow, this is like cyberpunk, high tech. It's like Magic mixing in with technology. New Rock Spy. New Rock Prodigy. Yeah, really cool art. Okay, so what I was going to do was I was going to check over here. Price values. If we look at Commander Legends variants. That's not a variant, but okay, Commander Legends. So the cards to look at, of course, the Jeweled Lotus. Mana Drain got reprinted. Vampiric Tutor got reprinted. Scroll Rack. Weren't much into buying booster packs back then, unlike nowadays. You're more into the decks, the pre-made decks, right? The ones that already came all together. Opposition Agent is the one that everyone's freaking out over. Basically, when someone tutors for their thing, you can cast the agent and steal what they've tutored. So people are saying, that's gonna destroy Magic! Hull Breacher, that's the one that's similar to that, but instead, you get a treasure instead of them casting their thing. Wyeth, Soul of Steel. Wyeth, Soul of Steel? But that comes in the precon decks. Huh, AS, AC, and Wyeth come in the precon decks. So that's interesting. Usually cards in the precon decks do not go up that much in value. Huh. Full disclosure, I just bought them and I didn't even see that. Right here. I bought the precons. I bought Wyeth right there. Haven't opened it yet. And then I bought Azri, AZ, whatever his name is. I just bought them, and I'm looking here now. They were like $20 each, I guess. And I'm looking over here, and apparently AC by itself is already $28, and Wyeth is another $20. So am I breaking this news now? If you care about value, and if you can get these at reasonable prices, it looks like they pay for themselves, because those cards are already in the $20 range. So yeah, you miss buying booster boxes. Can't wait to get back into the next year. You're gonna play catch up. Yeah, whenever you're able to. Funny thing about the older Magic precons, GTA only stayed so cheap while in standard because it came in the Rat Tribal. Oh, interesting. Yeah, GTA is definitely one of the most powerful cards, right? Everyone wants it, but it was in a precon. So, good old Umezawa's GTA. So sometimes Wizards throws a bone or makes a mistake and puts valuable cards in these things, especially the older precons. But I guess, I had not looked at prices at all. So, yeah, I got one of each. Maybe make a video about it and such. Suppose you could get one or two. Don't really like playing Commander. Well, the cool thing is that if you get those, if you get them for value, they're value. But if you get them to play, they're pre-made decks, just like any sort of format. If you want to get the little ones more into Magic, then get those precons and teach them a lesson. What else? Tavish Zat, who finally has its own card from back in the day. Rings of Rebirth, Apex Devastator, Undergrowth Stadium. Okay, so here's those dual lands. Undergrowth Stadium, Rejuvenator Springs. There's the Training Center. So out of the booster pack that I pulled over here, there's an $8 card there. All the dual lands. There we go, Court of Bounty. That's the one people are saying. Green already does too much. Don't give them the Monarch as well. So, Wheel of Misfortune. This one's so complicated. Check it out. They reprinted Wheel of Fortune, but way more weird. So Wheel of Fortune, of course, you pay what? 1, 2, 3 mana, whatever. I think it's 2 mana. And then everyone discards their hand and gets 7 new cards. This one, check it out. This is so weird. Well, let's look at it in a better close-up. Oops. In a better close-up over here. Misfortune. How many cards have Misfortune in their names? A lot of them. Ooh, the classic Misfortune from Alliances. But anyway, we care about Wheel of Misfortune. Each player secretly chooses a number 0 or greater. Then all players reveal those numbers simultaneously and determine the highest and lowest number revealed this way. Okay, so we're halfway through the essay. Don't worry, there's just a little bit more. Wheel of Misfortune deals damage equal to the highest number to each player who chose that number. Each player who didn't choose the lowest number discards their hand, then draws 7 cards. Okay, I think it's still extremely complicated, but here's how it does. 4 players, right? I pick, of course, 99, and Stevie picks 12, and Angie picks 6, and Christy picks 13. So I take 99 damage because I picked the highest one. Stevie, nothing happens because no, I already forgot what numbers I picked. But then we have the people that have the lowest number get nothing. And then the middle numbers draw those number of cards. So I had 99, and there was someone with 6, 12, and 13. Okay, so 6 gets nothing, 99 gets 99 damage, and 12 and 13. Each player who didn't choose the lowest number discards their hand, then draws 7 cards. Okay, so then the person that did 12 and 13 did not have the lowest, did not have the highest, they draw 7. So that's the new Wheel of Fortune. Instead of, pay, it was like 2 mana, right? Wheel of Fortune is 3 mana. Show me the good art. Show me the real art. There we go. So, yeah, 3 mana, both players, obviously nowadays, each player, both players must discard their hand and draw 7 new cards. Easy peasy, 30 years ago. Nowadays, an essay and a half to possibly get a result. But it's a wheel of misfortune. This sounds like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic. Remember being played against? It had a similar effect. Yeah, whenever I see a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, I see a huge essay on it. And then here's one of these magic essays. It sounds like it sounds like you take a drink every time you don't draw cards off of this. It's better. Yep, old school, way better. Right? Demonic Tutor. Right? Draw 2 mana, draw a card, the end, or search for a card. And then after that they started to change it, and you lose life, and put it on the top of your library, and blah blah blah. And then we've got things such as Scheming Symmetry. One of the recent tutors. Amazing art. Sorcery. Choose 2 target players. Each of them searches their library for a card, shuffles, puts it on top. So 1 mana tutor, but you both get it. But I guess people still want it. It's still $4. How times have changed. Anyway, let's do a little bit more gameplay. But yeah, I like what I pulled right there. And let's do one more Locust God, and then we'll switch to another deck. I kind of want to. This is an event that's going on at the moment because they don't put Brawl, historic Brawl, all the time, and I want to take advantage of that on the stream. So if I don't play anything else, apologies. I just want to do some historic Brawl today, and I got so many decks that I could play, which of course need to be tuned because they don't give us this mode that often. But I just want to check out this, and this deck's pretty fun. If I don't get overrun with an aggro player, the deck can do some fun stuff. And we were this close a moment ago, but that Epicure did the final bit of damage. So at this point, they should hopefully see, ooh, they've got a lot of card draw action happening. Woe is me. Tomik. This one's a pretty good one. One of the newer. Oh, there's my Black Lotus. Okay. So, flying. Lands on the battlefield and land cards in graveyards cannot be targets of spell or abilities your opponents control. So basically their lands get hexproof. They're already at 4 mana, so they can already start to Elspeth. Gust of Wind, but it's a sorcery. Gust of Wind is a sorcery. They're already going to be at Elspeth. I want that Lotus. Yeah, let's bounce it back now. Okay, next turn Lotus gives me 3. I can maybe jumpstart something, although I have to discard, so maybe not. Okay, well, they didn't get their 4th land. Okay, that's good. Got a Cryptic. Drop that in a moment. I guess well, now I can Radical Idea later. Okay. Will they get the, yeah, there's their 4th land. They get their Elspeth. Have my Locust God. Alright. Locust God. I can Radical Idea or Callous. Create 2 humans. They might have like Pacifism or something. That is a sorcery I can amass. Yeah, I guess we'll bounce that back and amass 1. Get 1 less attacker. Even if they pacify me, I'll be able to... Oops, Vanishing Light. Okay. Do I have any way if I can return that back to the hand? If I kept that Gust of Wind, I would have been able to bounce it back. Should I keep it in exile? That assumes I have a way to bounce it back. I don't think I'm going to be able to... I can't count on that. Well, I still have plenty of mana. But if I were to have left it... If I were to have left my Lotus God in exile, I could have just bounced back. Well, it would have just been a bounce back, not a permanent removal. Never mind. Tomik. Alright, so I'm not quite getting red aggro, but I'm getting white aggro, so we'll see. And then a Tribunal to grab my Lotus. Yeah, that's going to hold me back. So, okay. They got a little aggro on me, so again, this deck, maybe it could be tuned. I don't really want to tune the decks at the moment, but against aggro decks, it might struggle a little bit. Wasn't able to bounce back enough things. I'm gonna switch over. To another deck. One I haven't played in a little bit. Let's play this Ulamog deck. So I believe there's just a bunch of mana rocks in there, a couple of maybe artifact creatures. It's all about the race to get 10 mana and then bring out a huge creature and have the opponent auto-concede. There's some new... they have a ramp deck as well. There's a few new artifacts that I could put in there for more ramp. Well, not great. You've been tackling on your digital sculpt in the past 2 weeks. You've been having fun. What have you been sculpting so far? They have a Tomik as well. Okay. Well... have my 4th mana, I can go get a land edifice. That does good things, but it takes a while to read it properly. So instead... Instead, I'll just trust that that does stuff. You tap it and it does something, but then when it's got enough brick counters, it does even more. Brick counters were one of the big things in Amonkhet. You've been sculpting female anatomy, which you turn into a character eventually. Cool. Realistic or like cartoony style? One, two, three, four. I can bring a 4/4. Protection for multicolored. So, if they don't have removal for that, I'll be able to block that Yasharn, Implacable Earth. Realistic at the moment. Cool. That's that's reminding me as well. I need to do my drawing in a moment. So remind me. I know that I go quickly from game to game. So as if you see the game starting to end, remind me, and then I got to do my drawing of the day. So I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I get my next land, I'm at 7. That's a meteor golem. What can I wreck with meteor golem? Outmuscle. Okay. I can oops that because. Yeah, don't attack with that. And then they're quitting because they didn't read it. That it has protection from multicolored. I guess what put them over the edge was my oops. And then they're like, I can no longer play Magic. Reading the card explains the card. Well, that was a complicated one, right? The Stone Coil Serpent, it's just got so much text on it that you fall asleep reading it halfway through and you don't read the final part. Protection from multicolored. So outmuscle onto it, no problem, and then attack with a flyer. It's got reach, so I was lucky. Let's try another game. Actually, you all were supposed to remind me to pause and to do the drawing. I'm gonna put it like right on my keyboard, or I'm gonna put it on my face because I always forget. Anyway, I go first here, so I love this. Check out the art on this. This is amazing. Kira, Great Glass Spinner. That art is amazing. Kira, Great Glass Spinner. 3 mana in total, 2/2 flyer. Creatures you control have. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell for the first time, counter that. Alright, so it's gonna give like an auto counter spell to everything. If they tap out, I can Solemn Simulacrum. They're playing mono blue. Alright. Okay, Solemn next turn. It's pretty epic music. What is this one called? Betray. I'm gonna give it a thumbs up. That song's called Betray. All right, they're continuing with. Oh yeah, fine. Actually, that's what I want. But anyway, if they pass with a 3 blue mana, okay, no, they won't pass. Good. So whenever this becomes the target of cellular ability for the first time, counter it. Okay, so this has got built-in counter spells, which is fine. Let's see, will I get reach? No reach. Okay. Ooh, Arch Oraska Relic. I forgot this was in here. I forgot that this was a mana rock actually, but it's got Ascend. It's got draw a card, it's got gain life. They have their Castle Vantress. That looks like a skull to me. It looks like here's an eye, and then on the left it's got the mouth, but it's probably more towards the right. One, two, three, four, five. I have 5 mana to tap out. Their flyer. It doesn't even matter if they attack for anything useful. Put a +1 counter. Yeah, I'll just go for card draw. Ah, Lotus. Okay, well, I'm very close to getting... Ooh, that's flying now. Opt. Okay, so how much mana do I have here? Again, the stacking is so weird. This is... I think I've got 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, there's 10 mana right there. So here comes Ulamog. Even if they counter it, the effect still happens, and of course I'm going to target their lands, so get ready to watch the opponent rage quit. Well, let me recount that. Some of these are not mana rocks. Wait a minute. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I have 9. Right, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. Let's see if they counterspell that, because once again, the effect will still happen. Oh, they probably should have used... Well, they didn't have enough for it anyway. Double blue, that's a 4/4. Now with tramps, so we'll let that go through. The emergence zone will let me flash cast something for some reason. Adapt, sure. Draw, discard. Mystic. Yeah, they don't have enough for that Mystic. They've got 3 mana left. If they don't get their 4th mana, they probably are in a little bit of trouble. They could bubble snare it, I guess, although that requires 4 mana or 3 mana. And they're reading my cards. Yeah, there's the bubble snare. They didn't, however, when it enters tap enchanted creature, they didn't kick it. They didn't kick it, so I guess I'm fine with that. At least one time we got it to do that. I do have a way to bounce it back to my hand, though. Are you gonna sacrifice anything? I guess Terramander's never gonna get big. Bring back the giant. Play a land, I guess Cryptic Caves draw. So I want that Skyclave kicked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that will kick it. Maybe they'll just see, oh, there's so much mana, I might as well quit. Ah, Spell Pierce, I guess. I was going to say I have something to bounce back, but actually I don't think I do because it's a colorless deck. I thought for a moment it was back on the blue deck. on the Locust God deck, so I don't have a way to bounce back my Ulamog, but I still have a 3/3 attacker. That's got Menace. Okay, so that's going to do 3 damage there. Alright, so all creatures get some flying. That's fine. Storm Tamer, okay. I was gonna see about tapping out the creature. Well, let's just do it anyway here. No, it doesn't tap. It's when the when they attack. So I have 27 mana and 27 life, and they stuck on 3 lands because I exiled. Yay. Okay, well. It's got Menace and Death Touch. Menace and Lifelink. Let's see. Just need to draw some cards into something. I don't know what else is in the deck, but I forgot what else is in the deck. But my Ulamog is locked down. I don't think I have any way to take off that bubble snare. Triple block on that? Are you sure? Oh, I know what they're going to do. They're just going to tap their own, but that only happens on their turn. Put a +1 on each counter. Yeah. That's going to become a 3/3. So at least I'll take that out. Okay. As for myself, let's just make more creatures. Alright, they got their 4th land. They can no longer adapt that Terramander because it's already got a counter on it. So I learned that after playing with Terramander and Storm Tamer a lot, that whenever you would put a counter on the Terramander, you can no longer make it big from its ability. Mobilized District. Well, that doesn't quite. That's kind of a creature, but not really. And then let's draw another card here. Let's draw another card here. So they're just kind of holding back to try to I guess they're just gonna do some of these things about pump up the creature. That becomes a 4/4. That's some pretty big brain tech. Five mana. Erotic Visionary. Sure. That was a possibly tiny misplay. I could have tapped out their mentor. It doesn't really matter. There's the fourth one. I'm at 31 life. Ooh, okay, that'll be fun. That will be very fun. Let's make a huge thing here. Well, yeah, let me do it after the attack. This will be fun. So clearly they're gonna block with that Kira onto my peak and then pump it. Getting a message over here. Oops, that spell goes away, never mind. Oh, there we go. We've got. We'll put that on stream if you want in just a moment. Of the of that picture, yeah, we can put it up if you want in just a moment. All right, so let's do math. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, this is a 13, 13, right? That's the math. There we go. That is a 13, 13. Fine with you. Okay, we'll put your picture up on this in a moment. They have one card left. Relic Amulet, which doesn't do anything meaningful, right? They have to sacrifice. Whenever you cast an instant, sorcery, or wizard, put a charge, remove charges, deal damage. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Alright, so... Chrome Land. Okay, we'll deal with that one moment. Let's attack with some big ones. Getting more notifications over here. Oh yeah, congrats to Top Hat Tolab, guest of the podcast, who has, that's gonna pump it up one time to a 7/7, so that, they're just gonna recast it, right? You have enough to recast it, I guess that's fine. The numbers are overlapping. Anyway, congrats to Top Hat Tolab. They're gonna have their third child. And that is pretty epic. Alright, so my Ulama got locked down a long time ago, but I'm still managing to do pretty well. And then they're finally done. Okay. That took a little while. Surprised that there were no counter spells in that deck. It was more of a creature token sort of thing. And that automatic counter is really good. Creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes a target of a spell or ability for the first time, counter that spell or ability. It's kind of scary. Even an ability, like if I wanted to tap out their creature, if they were trying to attack, and if it was a dangerous creature like that Pteramander, and I tried to do the Labyrinth onto it, it would counter it right away, spells or abilities. So that's pretty scary, but I don't know, it came together pretty well, and I did the thing, Ulamog did the thing about exiling 20 cards, and there are a lot of good things in there that got exiled. Yeah, Kazmina. Jetting Glasskite. Let's look that one up. I don't doubt that it is a, an echo of a former card. What's it called? Jetting Glasskite. It's pretty interesting art. Flying. Whenever Jetting Glasskite becomes the target of a spell or ability for the first time, counter it. So it gets one free counter against itself. Really nice. And the bolt struck with a flash, and there was a terrible sound, as if glass shattering, but the creature was unharmed. Yeah, what is that art? It looks very it looks like what vaguely cyber tech-ish with its feet. Even the face. And then there's another Glasskite here, actually. Shimmering Glasskite. Whenever Shimmering becomes target, so just another one of these. Jetting was in Betrayer, or they're both in Betrayers. Originally from Betrayers. This art. And then the one that we just played against, which is, what's it called again? Kira. Was that one also originally? Yeah, it was also from Betrayers. So all of these Kamigawa spirits that had this like automatic protection. Is it just me, or are the other two glass creatures the other two in this set, right? These other two in the background, is it the other ones? Shimmering Glasskite? Oh no, the Jetting Glasskite's definitely different art. Alright, let's take a quick look over here. Stevie shared his 3D modeling. Too many windows. And that was over on, where did you put it at? You put it in off topic, I'm sure, right? That's what off topic is for. Where did that go? Biostack screen. Oh no, you sent it directly. Yes. There we go. This was the most recent one. We were learning, started last week. Okay, so here we go. So ooh, that's coming together pretty cool. Let's get a close up. Yeah. Muscles and the neck and everything. Very nice. I would say one minor thing, if we look at me straight on like this, one tip of drawing is, you see there's the width of my head and then my shoulder and my shoulder. It is almost as much as the width of my head is one shoulder and another shoulder. See that? On yours, you have the shoulders slightly in. If you put them out a little bit more, we needed this extra space up here above the clavicle so that the shoulder goes out fully like that. See there? When you look at me, well, let's look at it. Look at me big over here. full screen. So when we go over here, you might be able to see it there. So there's the width, like let's say 1 unit, whatever this is, and then approximately 1 unit here to here, and another 1 unit over here. So that's a tip right there. 3 units in total. Obviously, male, female, etc. Light, slight body, stocky body, etc. But I would say there, if you kind of stretch that out a little bit, because I like the head, I like the body, but then together it looks like you need a little bit more width of the body. So think about that. One more unit. You might be like at 50% of a unit or 75% of a unit. Try to go closer to 1 unit to get that full shoulder size. But I like how that's going. And I wish I could do that. Look at this screen with so many buttons and things to click on. I can't even understand any of this. And now we have X, Y, and Z. Is that real? So many icons over here. Like, what is this? Like, put a ghost, put a link cap on top of your shape. Put a sheet on top of your shapes because you're embarrassed by it. Is that what that icon means right there? Give your shape a mohawk, a buzz cut haircut. And then over here, so many windows. Din topo remesh options. Make a butterfly. If you get tired of 3Ding, you could play a little chess apparently. See, there's a little chess icon there. Yeah, so Kira was in Betrayers and the other glass kites. Yeah, sorry I missed your quote on that. I wasn't playing Betrayers, or I wasn't playing any Kamigawa at that turn, but that's really cool that they made all of those glass kites together, sort of like conceptually. That's pretty cool. When things get back to normal, you'll be happy to teach me Blender. Cool. I hope it's not too expensive, because obviously all your knowledge is valuable. Alright, let's get back to some more gameplay. Let's play that Ulamog a little bit more. We've got other decks. Maybe Zakama next. That took a moment. And the reward is a Hero of the Winds. Check out that character riding that griffin. Let's get back here. It's free. You never want to give the knowledge. Give that knowledge away. Alright, so what do we have here? They go first. We get the giant. We get an Ugen. Don't have any 2-mana rock, but adequate. Escorpion de Milo is the opponent. This song's pretty epic. Man, they got their arcane signet. Okay, let's see if Kalia. Yeah, let's see Kalia popping off. What are they gonna get? They're getting a a life angel. That's not so bad. Okay, so I can finally get my mana rock. One, two, three, four, 5 mana in total. I could bring out a 5/5 Conjurant. I could bring out a Crystalline Giant, although they have black mana, so oops, that's a spawn. Gotta get rid of that. This song suddenly got less cool with some of this Toy Town style. Snap tax. Double strike on that. Okay, well, I'm gonna definitely need to get that Meteor Golem very soon. And so I'm gonna get 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 damage. I'm probably dead next turn. But if I can survive... No, I'm dead, because then they're going to do the auto damage. Yeah, that's dead. Forgot about that. So that was the final damage on that. Double strike 8, 9, 10, 11. So, okay, well, that came together for them pretty well. I guess my mistake was I didn't have any 2-turn mana rock. And then they got their spectacle cost on their demon. That's a very good demon. And I just reminded myself, we were going to do the drawing. Let's do the drawing. Let's switch to drawing over here. I'm just going to do like a quick cartoony character. Nothing too special. Kind of just like the ones that I kind of default draw sometimes, like these Bugs Bunny, cartoony, Tiny Toons characters. So, just going to draw. You can't really see anything because it's overexposed, but it's white. But once I add the inks, you'll see it. So just imagine there's something coming together here, and it'll come over just a moment. And we got the legs over here, the hands. So I'm just doing a quick sketch, and then we will do the inking. So probably fine there. You can't see anything at all. But if that doesn't get so overexposed, so you can just kind of see it. But I'm gonna put it together in with the inks, then you'll see it. Okay, so we have a little nose right there, mouth, snout, cheeks, eyes, and these coquette-ish eyes, and head, ears. Getting that huge hair. Okay. Gonna go back over here. I'm kind of just going very sketchy. So this is a Fifi. Tail could be better, but there we go there. And the perspective makes it look a little off, but if I had it flat, it is not as... See, it obviously looks here like very large head, small body, but it's the perspective. So that was just kind of a quick sketch for today's drawing of the day. I don't know if you're all actually hearing my mumblings, or am I just being too light on that? So it's fine for a quick sketch. This is today's drawing of the day. You can further go back, of course, and refine the line work, but we'll just say for the moment that will be fine. Yeah. Definitely improving. Oh, thanks. Thanks on that. Yeah, it only took 326 days. Well, you can't see it there, but this is day 326. 11:21. And maybe we'll do some colorization here. So we have all of the. Well, let me get my kneaded eraser. Actually, let me remove the. Let me remove the pencil. You can't see it on the camera, but it's definitely on the page. I'm gonna get my kneaded eraser and then add the final pencil. You think cartoon drawing is your thing? Yeah, I think I kind of always like that cartoony style of stuff more than the realistic. Obviously, with more practice, the realistic would improve, like yours. But I kind of like. I always like that cartoon style. So let's just erase a sketch action and then add some shading with the pencil. I should probably also get my other. This is an HB. For some fun texture, I could get the other. I think it's like 4B or 6B or something, just to get some variation in tones. Haven't used this eraser in a little while, so it's not as gooey as it should be. But it's picking up the pencil fine. So I'll add a little shading. I think the body fur is the darker fur, and then the hair is, the bouffant is less dark. So I'm going to do like this sort of hatching, cross-hatching, but more filled in. So one way that I like this is by alternating the direction of the hatching. Guess I should figure out my light source. Well, actually, I had the light source down here, so whoops, it goes over there. Guess we'll drop in the color for the hatching over here. That's fine, and then the opposite direction. So if people are saying stuff in the chat, I can't quite see it yet. Sorry, I'm engrossed in the drawing. But I'll check that one moment. Yeah, the tail. Just a big floofy tail. I just noticed. I just looked up to the webcam. All of the this is pretty funny. All of the pencil that you saw me furiously adding here does not show up at all in the camera. So let me change my exposure here because I did a lot of shading here. It's just really funny how overexposed this is. But I'll change it one moment. It wasn't that I was just like. It's like I'm drawing with a magic pencil that doesn't even display anything, like spy ink. No, it actually does have shading, so that's funny. Let me fix my exposure. It's just because it's the white paper reflecting. See that? If I cover it up a little bit like that. But let me just fix my exposure. So we go over here, and then here. And where do I go? No, this way. There we go. See that? There we go. So there was shading that I was putting together. It wasn't just invisible pencil. So I'll put some shading. For some texture. Alright, so I'm going to call it that's where the drawing landed. I'm going to take the photo. Ooh, I'm 4 minutes. I'm 4 minutes from my deadline. Right, I'm doing the drawing a day, and for today's drawing, this is today's drawing, and I'm 4 minutes from midnight, 3 minutes from midnight Pacific time. Okay, I'm uploading that to my account. And today's number 326. Alright, there we go. That's uploading. All right, that's uploading, and then if I do go to the browser, it is there now through the magic of online posting. So yep, that's what I just drew there. I will give that a C+. Anyway, so yep, that's the drawing of the day, right on time. Did I write 20? Taken on November 21st. Today's the 21st. Why did I write the 24th? No, 11/21. Never mind. I thought I wrote 24. Sometimes my own writing is a little bit, even for me, indecipherable. So back to some gameplay. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 46 minutes. Maybe... Actually, it just caught up 4 hours and 2 minutes. It was at the old. Maybe I'll go until 4:30. So I've been here a little while. Might be time to start contemplating ending. So... Alright, let's see what we've got here. They have Rada. Ooh, that one's a good one once they've got a lot of lands in play. Terry Morphix Expanse. Going with these vintage swamps. Look at how nice that looks. Mike Plug is the artist. Mike Plug, I believe they are like a comic book illustrator, aren't they? Mike Plug. American storyboard and comic illustrator. Yeah, so they're like an illustrator in the world of regular art. Didn't know how many. Now I want to bring out that Palladium mirror to ramp me, but they've got red mana, so they could even like bite or lightning strike or something. So I don't think my poor mirror is gonna be long for this world if I bring it out too soon. So Spinning Wheel is pretty useful because it could lock down the opponent. Oops, they have the Crawling Barrens, which is annoying. I have a land creature as well, but theirs is a little better. Alright, that's going to be annoying. Ooh, 6-hole damage. That's really bad. I'm down to 19 life. Okay, so... You discovered that the most pretty epic thing in your on YouTube yesterday, thanks to recommendations. What was it? It's so funny how these recommendations are like kind of coming out of nowhere recently. There was this there was a there was like this kind of sport that was like the frisbee, ping pong at the same time. It's kind of hard to describe, but it was there. And of course, I like reading people's comments sometimes, and people were like, I haven't logged into YouTube, and the first thing it recommends is this weird international sport. So it's pretty funny. A train driver who recorded her journey of driving her train in Norway live. Oh, interesting. Alright, so that's going to be 14 damage in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 in total. One life. Okay, well, probably... Let's see if I can survive with one life. One life and one Ulamog. If I keep that spinning wheel... well, there it is. Okay. So... The riot of it all had one blocker and then one... And they have two attackers, but I guess that's the first time they can say that they defeated an Ulamog, even though I exiled their stuff. I guess, should I have exiled both of their creatures, that land would have still been a problem, because that would have still come to life on their turn. So, even if I exiled the Gargaroth and the... Even if I exiled the Gargaroth and the questing beast, it would have... They would have had two attackers and I had one blocker. Ah, there's the Reese. Sure. Alright, we're getting some sort of... Some sort of elf deck, perhaps. Pelt Collector, of course. Pelt Collector will work. Well, I think I'm going to be too slow for this deck. Didn't get any good mana ramp. Let's see, are they going to drop a 4/4? That Pelt Collector gets out of hand pretty fast. Oh, this has got to be the Crater Hoof Behemoth, right? Crater Hoof deck. Yeah, I am just not getting any good ramp. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, put a +1 on it. Okay, well... Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's still only 8. Hey Gabe, how are you doing? Hopefully you are well as well. Got out aggroed by an opponent plus no mana ramp, nothing good, so lost that one. Trying to play a little bit of historic Brawl. I've already been streaming a little while, 4 hours 11 minutes, so I'll probably just going until 4:30, so about 20 more minutes. We also did a drawing, I'll show that a little bit later right here, and opened a booster pack. Alright, so that's yet again that getting a little slow on the mana ramp. I'm pretty sure I've got all the good 2-drop mana rocks in here, but so Omnath is about to come out next turn. I don't quite have a way to deal with it. I guess the Crystalline Giant if he gets Death Touch. Got a few wild cards, looking to adding more on Arena. I'm looking to hopefully ramp. Alright, I missed a land drop. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 mana in total. Solemn. Search for a basic, put it into the battlefield. So if I can keep my Palladium Mirror alive, I'll get closer and closer to Ulamog, and I guess what I need to do is get rid of that field and the Itlimok. Well, here's that they're living their best life right here. Alright, so what do I need to exile when it's my turn finally? Probably the... Yeah, I missed another land drop. Okay, so... Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I've got the 10 mana, but I've got to live with this where they're clearly gonna drop. They're gonna do a lot with that Nyx Bloom Ancient. Okay, so first of all, in Ugin, I guess they're gonna do 3 damage against the Palladium Mirror. Is that still gonna leave me with enough? 4, 5. I got a lot of land drops that I missed right there, so that is worthless. All right, I'm going to switch decks over here to Zakama. Can't believe that they still haven't changed things to alphabetize your your dex. Alright, so the opponent is Wolverine. Authority of the Console. Haven't seen that in a little while. What does it do again? It taps my creatures and it gains them a life. Fine. I can crush that contraband at some point. Oops, they're gonna go find some great enchantment. A Smothering Tithe. Okay, well, gonna clearly need to crush it. Alright, so next turn most likely they'll play their Smothering Tithe. I will crush it right away. Womp womp. Exile target enchantment. Can I cast both of these? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I have 7 mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fine, I'll just bring this out instead. Have the Banishing Light in case they bring out a Narset. This forest? Yeah, it's the... Oh, check it out. The art is altered because of the... So Chromatic Lantern is making everything into a... Chromatic Lantern is making everything into a... same land. So the border changes. So when I played it, it was the correct land art. But then after, because Chromatic Lantern, oh, that's so fake. After the Chromatic Lantern does its thing, it changes the border as well. Alright, so I missed the land drop. I think that happened on the last games as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. And I'm stuck with anything useful. They have double Narset, the mono blue Narset and then the 3-color Narset. That is pretty epic. Pact of Negation. Well, So Pact of Negation is a thing. I totally forgot that that's on Arena. And it's in the, well, 3 deals damage, but I get to do the thing. Well, they have lots of mana. They have lots of mana. They had 2 abilities to duplicate stuff, and then a Wrath. Okay, well. This music's a little bit too hyper for me at the moment. Let's see if anything. So my deck's a little bit too much of just like big dumb creatures, and their deck is a little too smart for me. So let's move on. They had a lot of mana, and then they got a lot of cards, and they've got some planeswalkers, so I don't have much I'd be able to handle with that. Again, I'm just doing big dumb creatures in this deck. Alright, so we've got Night Tribal going on here. Yeah, it was a little too hyper. Right, so I've got a lot of ramp going on here. However, I am dealing with colors that can do removal. If they do a turn 1 mountain, then they're obviously going to hit that collar. I want to do that grow kicked, if possible. That needs 5 in total to kick it. They come in untapped. So what's this triome? Oh yeah, it's the 3 colors of the triome there. So Corpsey, sure. That's 3 plus 4. Okay, next turn I can kick that. Let's see if these survive. That's already decreasing it down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess if I play one more land, is that Zakama already? But if, yeah, that's going to get torched. One of those is going to get torched, as we will see here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, they keep looking at it. That's clearly going to get, like, there we go, jousted. I guess they're missing their land drops. No, never mind. It goes in the second main phase, because that's the big brain play. And then one more, and then night. And of course it comes to life. So there's a Natali. I could bring out Atali, but I doubt it'll live. Let's play the safe bet instead. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in total. If my... It's the 2-2, not the 2-3, right? So if my caller lives, I can already bring out my Zakama. If it doesn't, I guess I'll bring out Atali, but I'm sure they'll have removal. Yeah, that Corpse Knight. There we go. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I get one more land, that'll be nice. Well, Polyraptor's cool, but I'm sure they're going to have removals, so I guess what I would rather lose is this Itali. Just have to wait for them to kind of run out of cards, I guess. If I can get the final land, then I can have Zakama do fun stuff, but I don't know, I'm sure they'll have some removal. They just had one so far, but we'll see. Alright, they're going to hold back a bit. So that is going to give it a +2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 5, 6, but I've got a 6, 6. All right, there's my land. Okay, first let's steal something off the top. Yes, both, thank you. Okay, so they'll probably double block that. Probably. If they double block with the Knight of Grace and the Knight of the Ebon, they'll take it. Oh, they're not going to take out a Tali. Fine, okay. You're lost. Oh, they're done. Okay, fine. I guess we'll take that win. That'll work there. So, let's wrap things up on a positive note with a win like that. So, dinosaurs versus knights. We know that it's dinosaurs that come out ahead. So we'll wrap at this point. Here's the drawing I made earlier, Gabe. I drew here, I guess, a more grown-up Fifi. Did you make it in time for the giveaway? There's no giveaway this week, but thank you for visiting. We're kind of winding down. Actually, I've already been streaming for 4.5 hours. So I did today's drawing was Fifi right here. Came out all right. What we also did was the Crack-a-Pack. Let me recap what cards those were. So I opened up my very first booster. Ooh, thank you for the cheering right there. I opened up my very first booster of Commander Legends. And here's some things that came from it. I got a Sky Diamond. Remember this? Classic card from Mirage, 2 mana rock. You got your decks today. Which ones did you actually go for? Were you getting commander decks, or what decks were you getting? So I got the Sky Diamond. That one's pretty cool. I like that. I got a really cool art of the Elvish. What's this one again? Elvish MS Visionary. Cool art. Interested in seeing the cards properly. You got the Commander Legends. Very nice. We were just talking about how the 2 commanders of that Commander Legends set are kind of valuable. And they almost pay for themselves, pay the decks back for themselves. Let's see, do I still have it available here? Yeah, let's look at it right here. briefly over here, web browser. We were looking at prices of things, and if you look at it right here, the AC deck, AC, whatever, it's already a $28 card, and then the other one, the Wyleth, is already a $20 card. So obviously you get to get some good gameplay and such out of them, but then even if you're not going to keep the cards or whatever, a precon coming with relatively valuable cards. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't the Sky Diamond uncommon? I could have sworn that back in the day it was uncommon. Now they downshifted it to common because there's more powerful mana rocks nowadays, right? This comes in tapped. That for some people is a huge detriment, but it's a 2-mana mana rock, which those are always good. Uro needed a friend. Uro's gonna go in the AC deck. Alright, what else did I get here in this in these polls? This is the one we can all figure out how to pronounce it together. Armillary, right? Is that the price? Armillary sphere. Cool art. What does it do? Nothing too special. Search for 2 lands, put them in your hand. The Commander Lotus has crashed. It was 130. Was that the only art? Because it originally debuted in Mirrodin, right? So the oh, I'm sorry, no, yeah, we're talking about the new Jeweled Lotus. The new Jeweled Lotus. It got all the way up to 130. I guess it was the hype. People were just so like so hyped on it. And then when people actually got it, it wasn't as amazing as we thought. Average 174, and now it's gone down to 69, 61 or so. So yeah, people, even after it debuted October 31st, and then it jumped down to 129, it just keeps going down. So stonks. What else do we get on this? Okay, so my rares and stuff. I got a Training Ground. So that's the dual land that comes in untapped if you've got more than one opponent. You have there a red mage and a couple of blue mages, I guess. Between matches, combatants. Between matches, combatants practice to stay in peak mental and physical form. Turn 1 Yorbo would be funny, and then a birds to make it a 5/5. How do you do a turn 1? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, well, with the Lotus. Yeah, and you get a 5/5 on turn 2 with a Birds of Paradise. That's fun. We got this one over here. This is the Armix Filigree Thrasher. Cool art. The art is pretty, the card is pretty bad. It's one of these uncommon legends. This one we liked better. Prava, this cat soldier right here. Sorry, I'm covering up the camera trying to get it to focus. Prava of the Steel Legion, really epic art. Check out that cat soldier with those abs. Those are some pretty ripped abs right there. And it gives all your token creatures +1/+4. That's really fun. And then of course you pay 4 to make more tokens. You can still play that land on turn 1. Yeah, exactly. That's living the life right there. And the final cool card that I got here was the one of the special foils, whatever it's called nowadays. What was that new Hedron crab called? It's Ruin Crab, because it's ruining my game and making me crabby. So the Nimrus. Check out the brand new foiling on this new. This is their latest foil process. Nimrus Una's Trickster. 5 mana, Fairy Knight. Flash and Flying. It's a 1/6. Whenever you cast your first spell during each of your opponent's turn, look at the top 2 cards of that library, of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand, the other into your graveyard. So obviously you flash this on the opponent's turn and you do the thing. And once this is on the battlefield, whenever you do those counter spells or opts or whatever, you can have Nimrus do her thing right here. And then the art is really cool. She's riding like a cool little hornet or something, and it's the brand new foil process. So those are the ones I got in this deck. In this booster pack. These are the big ones that I liked right there. So, Rick, did you see that they're doing the historic Brawl event? The historic Brawl event is going on. So I just finished playing Zakama over here. And that was pretty fun right there. You gotta run. Okay, no problem. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for the bits and the cheering and all of that. And the check-in. Have a great night. Alright, so it's 7:30 p.m. in Melbourne. So then that means it's 8:30 in Wellington time zone. Is that correct, Mark? You're in the same time zone as Wellington, right? Did you hear about the curfew? Yeah, San Diego, we've got a curfew. We need to 10 p.m. 9:30, 2 hours difference. Yeah, we have a curfew here. I believe it's 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something like that. So, man, I can't go to the clubs at 10 p.m. anymore and dance until 6 in the morning anymore. So, yeah, we've got the curfew, but it's not like 10 p.m.'s really. Well, they're doing this for the Thanksgiving coming next week. 10 p.m. isn't a big curfew. That's exactly. I think most people are back at that time anyway. Wellington is about an hour drive, but it's still the same time zone, right? How many time zones are there in New Zealand? In the US, well, the continental US is 4 time zones: Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific. But the whole of the US, we have Puerto Rico, which is 1 time zone ahead of Eastern time, and then we've got Alaska, which is 1 time zone behind. Might be even 2 time zones. Alaska's big. We've got 2 time zones behind Pacific time, and we've got Hawaii, which is 3 time zones behind that. So, if you count the non-continental U.S., you have, how many was that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 9 time zones in the U.S., and then also like U.S. possessions and all of that throughout the Pacific. Russia's got like 9, 10 time zones or something. But yeah, how many time zones are there in New Zealand? And then Australia, how many time zones do you have there? Probably also like 3 or 4, right? Australia's pretty big. So, well, everyone, I think we'll wind down at this point. Been streaming for 4.5 hours at this point. Before we leave, if people are here, like Gabe, you might want to claim a reward or 2, because I believe you can only claim those rewards when my stream is live. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if people can claim the reward outside of my live stream. So Gabe, if you want, or Stevie, or anyone, if you want a couple more boosters and wild cards or whatever, you got to do, if we put it right over here, game. So at the bottom right there, !redeem space mtgacode. If any of you want to do that in the final moments that I'm wrapping things up, because I don't know if you can actually do it. Can you claim the reward via YouTube? Yes, it should be on YouTube and Twitch. It should all be on everything. So let's check something here. Top. Let's see what who our top YouTubers are, and then over on Twitch as well. You are all welcome. So this shows right here. Ooh, Mark's got 23,000 points. Stevie's got 19,625. Ashley's got, and then there's a big change, 4,925. Daybreak, 1,600. Really Evil Rick, 1,125. Cosmic Comics, PJ Harper, Gabe. Okay, Gabe, you've got 600 so far. So that's 6 redemptions that you could do. Toad Boy is 575. And, yeah, so if you want to claim at least one or keep waiting and get more for next time, we'll do it next time. So, I still want to publish that Kolga video. There you go. You got your reward right there. I still want to do that. I made the deck. I have it right here. I haven't had a chance to play it. I mean, I haven't had a chance to record the video on it. Just like I did the veto deck. I have it ready right there 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I just haven't had a chance to create it. I have vacation next week, so I've got to do a bunch of new videos there. I'm going to keep doing the shorts, of course. And the longer videos. So I've got this Brawl deck of that Kolga. Works pretty fun, and got to put some other videos together. Maybe because we've got the Brawl event, I might put more Brawl videos out on that. So, and then as usual, I've got the Wednesday comic book video. The Magic podcast, like I said, Mark, it does have perhaps too many ads. It's kind of automatic on YouTube, but then listen to it on your favorite podcast app. Search for VM Campos on Google Play, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Deezer, wherever your fine podcasts are found, and you can listen to the podcast there ad-free. Well, everyone, let's wind it down at this point. As usual, thank you for coming to hang out. This has been VM Campos. Check me out on all the social media and stuff. Really appreciate everyone coming to hang out. We'll do it again next time. This has been VM Campos, and I'll see you next time.